like a dragon, Ishin. I believe the last time we ended off on. I'm gonna check something now. We have a replay option now, so we can rewatch cutscenes from the story, but we're not gonna do that. I want to just clear these out just so that they aren't on anymore. But Killer with 2 lives. Oh, we have to actually watch them. A Killer with 2 lives. Era of Ishin. On a road in Tosa. Joshi and Goshi. Manacle Brother. Company. Pebbles along the path. Price of Resistance. Izo with the Loyalist. Death of the Magistrate. Masked Assassin. Revenge Denied. Escaping Home. I want to actually see if there's a way to clear out all these. And our tale continues. The Women of Teradaya. Facing the crowd and in the dojos. But pretty much like we I click play orders. This make them so that they skip, because then I can just quickly go through them. I'm gonna see if this works. I actually have to physically skip all of them. I want to just clear these out just in case. Shouldn't take that long, but yeah, pretty much we're at the start of Chapter 2. We've just gained our virtue points. We're going to look through the virtue points to see what those are, and then we'll get right back into the game, knowing what we have to go and do next. So, see how all that goes. And get started, because I want to make sure I get through all this anyway. But I was going to check the guides and stuff anyway. Not guides, so I'm not check the guides. I was going to check the so it's there's a continue option, there's a thing option. I'm going to see what the best way is to the thing. Sometimes continue loads you in a different spot to where your new game is, so where your load game is. See how that goes, and then we'll get started. But I'm really looking forward to this game and seeing what it is, how the rest of it goes, because this game is very, very good. And I'm looking at it this way. I consider this... It's it's a remake and a remaster. I don't really know what to call it. If the game is considered a remake, I consider this in contention for, best games of the year. That would be, that's what I would consider. I don't know what they do, though. It's so weird. So, Last of Us Remastered, I would not consider... The Last of Us Remastered, I would not consider a remake. So therefore, I would not put it in contention for Game of the Year, because it's not... it's just an upgrade to a game that's already a thing, but it's literally just a graphical upgrade with a couple of extra options. But here, I don't know if this is considered a remaster or a remake, because... It's not completely done from the top up in terms of making the game and the thing, but there's enough changes in it that it feels like it could be, but I don't really know. I don't actually know whether to call this a remake or a remaster. Because if it's considered a remaster, I would not consider it in Game of the Year contention, because it's just a graphical upgrade on what a previous game... Like I said, where's this autosave? Okay, so see what I mean here, right? Our autosave is from 12:45 at night. Thing. However, our most recent set that we made was nearly half an hour later, so that's why I don't Okay, so I don't know which one is what. Oh, there's two. Wait, there's two. Wait. This is my main save, and then there's 3 autosaves. One for the completion of the chapter, one for the start of the chapter, and then one for a minute later. This is really weird. Yeah, because the way I look at things is, if the game is a remaster, I do not consider it in Game of the Year contention, because it's just the graphical upgrade, from PS3 to PS4, PS4 to PS5, for example. I don't consider that as a Game of the Year contention. However, if it's a remake, so Final Fantasy VII Remake, I consider that to be in contention, because it is a top to bottom remake of the game, where they've done it from the very thing. So, alright. Well, I guess we'll talk to Priest. Hello, I believe you're the samurai from before. Can I help you? Teach me about virtue. I don't know if this is going to do the same. I think he's just telling us the same thing, isn't it? Telling me the same thing. Let's just back color. Don't hesitate to ask me. If you're not sure about anything, I'll be here for a good time yet. I think he just gave us the same... I think he just gave us the same, like, stuff. Or not? Maybe some of these are new? Inventory expansion. Inventory can be expanded by exchanging virtue. Holding more items is always an advantage. When you've accumulated enough virtue, head to the places you can exchange it, such as shrines, and increase your inventory. So that's going to be very useful. Okay, so I guess some of these were new. Cultivate virtue by doing good deeds. Gain virtue by solving people's problems or patronizing local stores. Well, some say virtue is its own reward. Net you some actual benefits as well. The Shinto priest carries useful items. His selection of goods can be expanded by exchanging virtue at temples and shrines. Upgrade the Shinto priest stock and you may be able to obtain rare items not sold anywhere else in Kyo. Try to amass a favourable reputation. Often actions that cultivate virtue will also improve your reputation. As this increases, residents may treat you with more courtesy, making it easier to conduct the bonuses. Each part of the city has its own opinion of you, so be sure to gain virtue in different areas so you raise your reputation there. Okay, so every area has its own sort of... So it's like every area is split up as opposed to being like in Kamurocho where everything is Kamurocho. Earn virtue by completing various tasks. Consult the diligence records in the pause menu to see your available tasks. Don't forget to exchange the virtues you required at temples and shrines. Become friends with owners and employees. The bond gauge will increase every time you eat or purchase something from many businesses around the city. Once the gauge is full, you will earn access to various benefits. Be sure to patronize businesses often when friendship is involved. And form bonds with many of the locals. By interacting with them and helping them out, your bond gauge will fulfill. Earning you various benefits. Take the opportunity to speak to everyone. And look for relationships to develop. Okay, I don't know if that means sub-stories are available. That's going to be interesting to see if those are available. So I've checked the map and then there's nothing showing up. So maybe the sub-stories aren't available yet. Let's at shrines you can pray, use your storage, and exchange virtue for blessings. All right, so we'll pray first to see what happens. Okay, so we gain virtue just for praying. Okay, so you can only pray at a certain point. So every time we come across one of these, what we should do is we should pray to gain virtue and then see what we can exchange. Alright, let's see what we have access to. God, it's a lot of stuff here. I guess these are upgrades. I don't think we need to get everything in here, but it's interesting to see what's available. So, River Classic Expertise. 400 virtue. You may obtain the River Classic of Rod Perfect for reeling in those prize river fish. Sea Classic Expertise, 400 virtue. You may obtain the Sea Classic of Rod Perfect for reeling in those prize ocean fish. Enhanced Sprinting Level 1, 500 virtue. Improves how long you can sprint while decreasing your fatigue at the end. Inventory Capacity Level 1 increases the number of items you can hold by 4. Virtue Cultivation Level 1, 1500 points. Allows you to gain more virtue. So this is going to be very good, because that means if we buy this, we can then get more virtue for other things. So obviously that means... I'm sure... I don't think these are going to keep these. Like, I feel like once we get to a certain point, it's going to... Once we get to a certain point with these virtue points, it's like we're going to... It's going to be able to be upgraded continuously. Reduced Virtue Slowdown Level 1, 1500 points. Reduces the penalty on virtue accumulation for eating and drinking at full health. Kunai Reputation improved 1500 points. Improves Ryoma's reputation around Kunai in exchange for virtue. Kugai Reputation improved, same thing, but for Kugai, then Makurugai Reputation improved, and Fushimi and Gion. Okay, so I think these are going to be like, there's only going to be so many levels of these that we can do. So we've got there's second home and farm upgrades as well. Okay, so Okay, so for now we can't buy anything because we only have 70 virtue, but if we do find another shrine, come back here, we'll obviously get some stuff that'll... Similar to the points in the other thing. So, alright, let's have a look at what we have to do now. What is our objective? The after informal tournament march needs to keep looking around the city for now. Okay, we went, I can't remember where we started. I don't remember where we started, because, I remember running down somewhere. I don't even remember where we were. The issue. I don't remember where we were, because, yes, we have to just head this way anyway. It's just... I'm trying to think, I remember, coming down and fighting the thing, but then he took me to one of these things, but I don't know where he took me, so... Because I remember we fought the guy, like, on a bridge area, so maybe it's, like, down this way.
Come on!
Oh, it's Kamaki! Disgraceful! I refuse to believe I raised such a coward. Be gone from here. Never again enter my sight. Okay, so I'm trying to think, like, we came to an area and it's like... I was going around and trying to figure out where I was. Like, where is, Tetsu, or whatever, where's that? That's our town, I need to figure out where that actually is. Looking for where our housing... Our housing thing was, like, here. So I think that we... The housing thing's right here, and then we exited and we went to somewhere. I don't remember where we went. So I'm guessing it was... I thought it was like down... Oh, we were at it. Sorry, we were at a dojo. We went to a we were at a dojo. We were at a dojo actually. That was the last thing that we were at. We were actually at the dojo, which was up here. We did the stuff in the dojo. Sorry, we did the stuff in the dojo. And after we did the stuff in the dojo, we probably went this way, found what we were looking for, and then yeah. So it's like I. Trying to find where I was that way I can... Oh, hey, you, sir. Talking to me? Yes, would you like to participate in a free prize drawing? The first day running this shindig, but we haven't had a single person go for it yet. How would you like to try your luck a bit? Here, first go is on us, even. Obtained a... Get more prize tickets by shopping around town. Try to bring them back here, alright. Still trying to figure out where I was, because I remember we were in here, we were at the dojo, and then after we finished up at the dojo, I'm guessing we went, straight. And by going here, then we... Okay, let's, do the thing. Oh, hello sir, got some prize tickets in hand. Would you like to give the wheel a shot? Right, let's review the prize list and see what's available. This is the prizes currently available. So, special prize is a rainbow shard, first prize is silver hammer, second prize spirit sake, third prize small wind-up device, and fourth prize scrap pick. Alright, let's, spin the wheel for free, because she gave us a free ticket, so... Excellent, let's see what's in store for you. Right then, I'll just take that ticket real quick. Okay, go ahead and give the wheel a spin. Okay. Oh wow, third prize. Congratulations. We got a small wind-up device. Thanks again for stopping by. Come back. Okay, so I'm trying to remember what we did. I'm pretty sure the last thing I did was we fought in the dojo. We were looking for the stuff, and then we would have run down here, and we would have found what we were looking for, and then we moved to where we did. So. I'm trying to figure out where I am. Usually we do sub-stories, but sub-story markers aren't appearing on that. Something on the ground. Okay, we found another price ticket. Right? Find that. Alright, Dojo's like right here. And then it would have gone and Dojo's right here, and then I remember I can't remember where I found the enemies, but I don't know, I'm just looking around for everything anyway. It's just telling me to go and find things, so it's like at this point I'm just gonna go and look around to see if I can find anyone to talk with that can at least give me clues of where to go. Because like the last thing we did was we went to the dojo, I remember, so that's where I thought, like, okay, if we're gonna go to the dojo, then we'll just go from that point onwards to see. Plenty of drinking and singing going on here. Sounds like a good time, right? I gotta keep an eye on. The Shinsei Gumi ordered the gate closed. I can't let you through without permission. I'm guessing we have to go and. It's like we came from the thing and then we went this way. Grabbed everything around here. We do have another prize ticket. We do have another prize ticket, but we can't do anything there. Oh, there's enemies now on the screen. Okay. So now we have access to the... Oh, okay, we just booted that guy into the water. Oh, we got a rank up for that. Okay. Okay, so now we're getting money as well. We got quite a lot of stuff there. Okay, that's interesting. So, gun crafting material often uses the power source for automated contraptions. A firm, sturdy substance. The shape and screw, it's bent so it's unlikely it will screw in properly. Alright, we've got a training orb, so let's see what next upgrades we can grab. Increase speed of combos in the roller. Health increase, good. I'll go looking around to see what we can find, because we've got to find someone that can help. So it's like we pretty much came from the dojo, then we would have gone down this way, and then at this point we would have just gone around and see. Because like, I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll go around all the outskirts just to see if we can, and then we'll go into the things. That way it's a lot easier to navigate around. There is the shrine that we were at. There are 2 prize tickets now. I guess we'll go and talk to him. Hey, you alright? Oh, yes. So you had to see all that. Don't worry about it. Sheesh, that old sensei is so stubborn. He just refuses to acknowledge the way things are going. Sensei, I thought he must have been your father, the way he was shouting. Heaven forbid. That's his dojo. I was training there, but eventually our differences in opinion became too much to bear. Sensei is the current master of an ancient martial art called the Kamaki style. I've trained under him since I was a child. Never heard of the Kamaki style. That's no surprise. Since time immemorial, it's been a strictly unarmed form. Nowadays, when everyone's strutting around with swords and guns, who the hell cares about barehanded fighting? There's probably still value in the training, even without weaponry. Maybe, but as things stand now, the old man's losing students fast. I don't know how much longer he can keep the dojo open. I respect Sensei's principles, I do, but if they cost him our place of learning, then what was it all for? I can see your point, as well as his. Right? You understand. Sensei's style is extraordinary. As a student, I would never wish to see it lost to time. I know this may sound forward of me, but since you've heard me out this far, why don't you try helping me convince him? Yeah, that's a great idea. Follow me. But I... Okay. So, I guess this is our first, training master. Would have liked if these were voiced, but then again, it's a different era of the games. Maybe that's why. Definitely Kamaki, though. You remember him from a lot of the games. Sensei, you're being senseless. Why is it written like that?
Well, come on!
Lumox, I told you never to come back. But, Sensei... Sensei Schmensei, you have no right to call me by that name. Leave my dojo and... Who is that? Man shows the concerns I have. His name's, Saito Hajime. Saito-san, right, of course. And, well, he's come for a noble purpose, you see. I was just passing by. This doesn't really involve me. Yes, he's uninvolved. He's got nothing at all to do with any of this. Wait, what?
Well, come on!
Dimwit, now you're just dragging in outsiders off the street? But that wasn't what I meant to do. Saito-san, yes? Forgive my feckless and misbegotten student. My name is Kamaki Munemitsu. I am the heir of the Kamaki style and the master of this dojo. I didn't even know there was a dojo down this way. See, Sensei? How many times have I told you that we must... How many times have I told you that we need to advertise ourselves to the public? Silence, unruly child. Now, Saito-san. You're a man of significant skill, are you not? Hard to say. I can sense just from looking at you that you're proficient with your sword, and you've great potential for other styles of combat. Let us make the most of your arrival, then. Saito-san, I would like you to battle my student here. And since you were so eager to incorporate armaments into the Kamaki style, I shall permit you to use a wooden sword. Saito-san, however, I wish to see fight empty-handed. I don't understand. I see what you're planning, old man. Clever. What? Somebody fill me in, would you? I've come this far, I don't mind having a match with you. Maybe this will help you understand your sensei's point of view. I knew I was right about this one. Now, begin. After landing an attack with R2... Okay. After landing an attack with R2, press square repeatedly to perform consecutive attacks until the heat gauge is depleted. Okay. Oh, okay, so it's like what is Dragon Spirit? If you've played Yakuza 5, there's a move called Dragon Spirit where, which ironically, the son of Kamaki teaches you, teaches Kiryu in 5, I think it's his son. Yeah, and that's essentially what we just did there. So you activate R2 and then you just do a bunch of like spamming for the thing. What the hell? I thought you were just a swordsman, Saito-san. True strength has nothing to do with the weapon one wields. Great artists can paint with any brush. I understand your frustrations, but you're overlooking something. Some man probably has more than enough skill with a sword to take on any samurai. Is that true, Sensei? So then, the fact that he chooses to devote himself to barehanded martial arts means a hell of a lot. I think he wanted you to understand that as his student. Say no more. The words fall on deaf ears with this one. I think I made a mistake, Sensei. Have I embarrassed you? If you're starting to question yourself, then get back to your training. Every answer you need is right there. Yes, Sensei. I apologize for all this trouble, Saito-san. Thank you. It's no problem. I just happened to be passing by. As you can see, all I have to my name is this humble dojo. There's little I can offer you in return for your help. Although, if you were so inclined to return, I could likely teach you some techniques of the Kamaki style. You do that, even though I'm not one of your pupils? I wouldn't take a gift like that for granted. It would shame me to let talent like yours go unsculpted, and you could even watch over my sad little student here. Sounds good. I'll come by when I have time. Superb. I'll be here. Alright, I guess we'll, did anything change here? I don't think we got any rewards for anything. Like, obviously I will be going, trying to do this anyway, but, for the new character profile, these, I think the character profiles are related to just characters in the story, rather than, yeah, virtue, blessings, good fortune, and favour received after doing work in the name of Buddha and the gods. For Kunai, the area lying within Kyoto's city limits, okay. I don't think anything changed. Oh, well, sorry, we got special moves. Use R2, special moves against adversaries. Special moves you learn from your masters are powerful attacks that expend heat. These moves have different properties depending on the style. Unlike heat actions, they consume heat over time, but depending on the circumstances, they may be the most efficient to take out the opposition. Yeah, so Dragon Spirit is what it's called in Yakuza 5. It's essentially like a mode where you spam the moves and punches until your heat gauge runs out. So, special move details. Okay, so this is what all of them are. So, Brawler, press R2 to attack a target, then do a special rush combo with square. During the rush combo, do a finishing blow with triangle. Swordsman, hold R2 and release it once your sword is sheathed. Then slash towards an enemy with square. Press square to again to slash repeatedly. Gunman hold R2 to lock onto target on screen and fire at them continuously. And Wild Dancer, hold R2 to spin about while unleashing both sword slash and wild gunfire. This special move allows you to move freely while attacking. So those are going to be very good. Alright, well let's go and talk to, before I talk to Kamaki, I'm going to talk to the student. Gion is real nice. I've never been to that part of the city myself. Maybe you and I could go? No? Never mind. The Gion is a shopping and entertainment district with bustling streets typical to Kyo. Alright, so we'll talk to Kamaki and see what he... Aha, welcome back. Care to learn something? Alright, so we're gonna learn some moves, actually. Sure. Let's see what we can learn. So if this can at least increase our brawler stuff, then please teach me. If it's anything like the other games, we're gonna be limited to how many times we can do this. We'll have to like progress further in the tree or something like that to get something, but we'll see how it goes. Excellent, let's begin. First, I'd like to review the fundamentals of bare-handed martial arts. Against foes armed with weapons, your defensive capabilities are virtually nil. Risk of injury is high. To neutralize that risk, avoiding enemy attacks is paramount. For this purpose, we rely on the Kamaki Dharma Tumbler. My students will wield wooden swords during this exercise, and I've ordered them to be relentless. You must evade their strikes. Alright, got it. Now, are you ready? Begin. Alright, so what is the... I'm guessing the tumbler is the roll move. While evading with X, press X or left analog stick and X to roll away from danger. So like this. There we go. Easy enough. Prodigious, that will do. Kamaki Dharma Tumbler has been unlocked. You can learn it by inserting a soul orb into the corresponding slot in the abilities menu. Okay, so soul orb, interesting. So that means that we don't use a training orb on the Kamaki moves, we have to use a soul orb. It can be challenging to find the right opening, but with time I should be able to make it work. Very good, you're a quick study. Return and I'll find something new to teach you. Okay, I wonder if I can just talk to him right now. I wonder if I can talk to him right now about it. Because I know it says return, that means I can keep coming back and forth, but we'll see what that... so apparently it's going to unlock in our... We get any experience for that as well? Brawler? I mean, we're using Brawler, so we did get some experience. Okay, so his move's right here now. So I think I understand. So okay, so now we have that unlocked. Oh, I see. So I think all of these moves here, it's showing like... if I go to one of the... We'll just see what it does, but it seems like there's going to be 4 masters. I don't know if talking to them is going to tell me the same thing. Apparently there are other great masters of Kyo besides Kamaki-sensei. Hope I can meet them someday and beat them. Okay. Give yourself a bit of time to hone that last technique and make it yours. Turn to me after engaging in, say, one more battle. Then we'll proceed with your... Okay, so this is determined based on... the amount of battles that we do outside of the thing. So we can return to him at any point and he'll give us more... I'll be looking forward to seeing your further refine your abilities. Alright, so I guess we have to leave and... Leave? So we have to leave and come back for a battle. So, look at the map. The map now shows this off as the Kamaki Dojo, okay. So we still don't know where we have to go yet. I'm trying to, like... Well, there's another shrine, we might as well just pray for it. Pray, every time we pray at these things, we get 3 virtues, so may as well just do it. We need like 400 minimum. What else is there that's around? River fishing. Looking around for people to talk to. What am I gonna do? Looks like it's finally time to pack it in. That fisherman seems kind of down. Okay, we would have done the thing anyway, because there's a thing here anyway. Fushimi refined sake. You okay? Seem kind of blue. Oh, yes. Just I have to bring a fish back home with me today, or else I'll have to give up my passion for good. Oh, it's a sub-story, okay. The Desperate Fisherman. Okay, I'm very confused as to why the sub-stories aren't appearing on the map. I figured that at this point in time they actually would. You mean you'll have to quit? I love fishing. Probably more than most. Only trouble is I'm terrible at it. I haven't caught a single fish since the day I first cast out.
Nani?
Wait, not even one? Not a one. What's worse, my wife just loathes how it swallows up all my time and effort. I work my tail off and can't even bring home a decent meal. So that means that sub-stories do not appear on my map naturally. That sucks. Finally decided enough is enough, so I made a promise that if I don't show up with a fresh catch after today, I'd never fish again. So that means we'll have to do the... Maybe they show up once we've started them, I'll see. That's rough. Even today, I've got nothing. Not even a twitch of the old rod. At this rate, my fishing days are sunk. Hey, there's a fort. This may sound strange, but do you fish? Yeah. Now and then. I beg you, can I have some of your fish? Smallest you've got, even. We haven't got any fish. You want my fish? So we have to catch some fish, I guess. Well, I can't ask anyone else. Please, you'd be doing me a huge favor. I guess I can help him out. Alright. If I find myself with any extra, I'll give them to you. Really? Ah, thank you. You're a lifesaver. I'll certainly try to catch some fish on my own, of course. Still, please let me know if you've got any to spare. Also, one thing that I am appreciative of is that you do have an inventory for items and stuff, but in some of the past games, if you collected like an Eye of the Dragon, for example, it would be a part of your inventory and you'd have to constantly keep swapping things out. Whereas here, they've got a separate thing for the materials. Okay, so I wonder if he's going to appear on the map. Okay, so something does appear on the map when we, I guess we have to activate it first. Alright, today's the day. How's it going? They biting? Nope. Not today. I don't think I have any fish to offer him, but, we don't have anything. If I catch any extra, I'll bring them to you. These two. Okay, so... Sub-story markers only appear after we find sub-stories. So yeah, pretty much what happened is, we went to here, we went back to the dojo, and then from the dojo we went back towards this way, because that was where we would have gone anyway, and now we're here. I'm trying to go around the outskirts just to see, like, what, I'm looking around for people to talk to. We need it, but right now I need to try and, say I need to keep looking around the city, so I'd rather look around the outskirts only so that I can figure out if there's things that I'm... something here. Okay, the woodcutter, sub-story 52.
Boy.
You alright? Damn back of mine gave out while I was chopping. Well, cutting wood at your age, it's bound to happen.
Huh?
What the hell did you just say to me, boy? I've been chopping since before you were respecting Daddy's eye, and my back's never failed me. Well, now it has. Maybe it's time for you to ask someone to help you out. Like any of the good-for-nothings around here would lift a finger for an odd codger like me. You shouldn't give up without trying. People are more willing to help out more than you might think. Well, how about you then? What? You look to be in good enough shape. I've got an eye for those with chopping potential, and you're one of them. I don't know. So you spin that whole yarn to me about how helpful folks are, and then leave me standing with my thumb you know where. Well, if I don't chop, I don't eat, you know. Fine, just this once. Now we're talking. Maybe not all you young bucks are rotten apples, huh? Damn it all. You made me laugh and my back's out again. Hey, come on. Are you sure you're alright? Don't you worry about me. You've got logs to split. I'm gonna need about 20 or so pieces. I know you're wet behind the ears, but just try to get me 20 good chops. Okay, so we did this before in we did this before in the other thing. So this is very much about timing. So you want to try and time it like when things start shining. That was a bit too early. It's a lot harder than what it seems. I only needed 20, that's right. So I think we can stop now, because, he only needed, 20. And there's no end to the game. It's not like, we have so many attempts. Well, you didn't embarrass yourself after all. Here, 100 mon for each piece. Take it. You'll pay for the wood you chopped. You're not so bad, boy. Thanks. Appreciate it. But what are you going to do now? You need to rest your back longer than this before you work again. Who knows? This is the only way I have to make a living. And if I can't rely on myself, who've I got to turn to? If only there was someone capable and trustworthy. Oh, it's going to be us, isn't it? Right here. Yep, it's going to be us. Of course it is. This always happens in the games. Someone willing to help out an old man. Yep. An old man with an old back. Fine. If I'm around, I'll chop more wood for you. Okay, so is this related to a sub-story or a friendship or something? You're too kind. You know where to find me whenever you feel like helping out your elder. Until my back's on the mend, I'm counting on you to do my chopping. Bond with woodcutter. You have formed a bond with the woodcutter. You can deepen your bond by continuing to interact with him and filling the bond gauge. You can also check the status of your gauge in diligence records in the Paul's menu. Try to visit him often. So we got 150 virtue. I guess we have to just keep talking to him to... I'm not sure, like... saying to check the diligence records. Okay, here. So we get 1500 virtue for talking with the woodcutter. Deepen your bond with the woodcutter you met in South Yoshiki and Machi in Fushimi. So I'm thinking we have to just keep talking to him to help him. That might be what we have to do. It's not a... It's not a sub-story. Actually, no, it's not a sub-story. Station list. So normally what I would do, right, is when I'm playing the games, I go around and I try to find all the sub-stories, and then I go and do those, and then I go and do the main mission. But because this game doesn't have the sub-story markers, it's going to be much harder. Trying to figure out what I need to actually do, because I went to Kamaki and I did the things there, and then I went and talked to him here. It's like, how do we deepen his... I guess we just keep talking to him. Ah, you again, boy. Fill up for some more chopping. Including what you've already done for me, I'm gonna need about 100 pieces total. What should I do? Okay, so he wants 100 pieces total. So, let's, go ahead and do it. Music to my ears, grab the axe. So I guess we'll just keep doing this until we finish his, friendship. Saying 100 pieces total, so that means once I get that lumber thing done, that's enough. He's saying he needs 100 pieces total, so I'll just I'll keep doing the friendship until it allows me not to do it anymore. So saying 100 pieces total, I'm gonna do the thing to 100, just in case, I don't know if he wants me to do 100 pieces in total, as in, like, 100 pieces in this one section, or if he wants to, just have it reach 100. So I'll just do 100 pieces in this one minigame, and then, yeah, we'll do that. So he's saying I need 100 pieces total, but I don't know if that includes the pieces I've already given him, or if it means I need 100. So I'd rather just reach 100 in this one minigame section to make sure that I reach the required amount. That might progress the friendship. Hopefully there's not one that we have to do like so many in a row, because that would be very difficult. Probably a way to look it. Where did it go? It doesn't get faster than this. Damn, we actually just missed that. I don't know how many, that was about nearly 40 something, I think. At least I know that there's like a continual, thing once it gets to a certain speed. There we go. Virtue. 500 virtue for that. Still not at 100 yet. Once we reach 100, I know I got the 100 for the thing, but it's like, I want to make sure that, I don't know if he wants 100 in total, or if he wants 100 accumulative. It wasn't really clear, so I'll just get to 100 here, that way I know that it's right. We're at 100, so... Oh, okay, so we had to actually get 100 in the one session. So that's fine.
Eh?
Have you done it?
Hmm?
Done what? By my count, you chopped me over 100 pieces, like I asked you to. He wanted 100 pieces in total. Here, let me get you your share. Paid for the pieces of wood you chopped. Huh? I hadn't realized I chopped so much wood already. Sure did, boy. Thank you. But, you know, my wood requests are coming in strong now, and my back isn't exactly fully healed. What do you say?
Oh.
Well, it has been good training. Sure, count on me. That's my boy. Here, a little something extra to celebrate your achievement. Obtained ancient amulet. You sure about this? What am I gonna do with the damn thing? Put it to good use. Okay, so his friendship's up again. Guess we can keep doing this, and it'll get his friendship up higher. Right, ancient amulet, whatever that was. That's charcoal. Why is it not disappearing when I... Oh, that's why. No, ancient amulet is a, cherished amulet passed down from ancient times, like, so it's a material. Well, his relationship is up further, so it's like, we can just keep doing this. Sure, we're just gonna keep asking him to do it. I thought it was gonna be a timing thing, where it's like, I thought it was gonna be a timing thing. I thought it was gonna be a timing requirement where we have to, like, oh, we complete the job for him, and then he'd say, oh, I have enough wood for now, like, you can come back later, but, we'll keep going. Including what you've already done for me, I'm gonna need about 300 pieces total. Well, we have to do the 300 pieces, so, alright, I guess he wants 300 pieces done, so we'll, do that. Alright, music to my ears, grab the axe. So we'll now we have to do 300 pieces for one session. And obviously, including what you've already done for me, but like, well, if it goes past 200, obviously, it doesn't trigger the cutscene because I'd rather just be saved. It triggered the cutscene when I reached 100, so that's I'm gonna just keep going to what it tells me. So 300 chops it is. So by doing this, we're working on a friendship, we're working on a sub-story, and we're getting virtue points for this as well, so... this is going to be very useful for when we want to upgrade stuff in the... upgrade stuff that we actually want to upgrade. We still don't know where we have to go yet. I've got to find fish for the other guy, which we don't have yet. But even then, it's like we. I think the game's split with like. Friendships, there's bonds, and there's sub-stories. There's a lot of content here. And the good thing is that we're getting a lot of virtue for this as well, so I'll be getting the virtue. I think what I'll be doing is the very first thing I'll have access to is I'll be getting the virtue upgrade, because that means we get more virtue, which means we can purchase the other things faster, so... definitely useful. That's one thing that definitely makes a lot of sense. If they're going to give me an upgrade to say, hey, you can upgrade, buy this upgrade and it will give you more virtue every time you get something for virtue, which you get stuff for virtue by doing a lot of things. That always makes more sense to me. So then you can get stuff much faster. I don't know how high you can get the actual thing up for, but we'll see. Once you get to this point, it's pretty much the same. I think it's pretty much the same once you get to about 20. And then at that point, all you have to do is just stick to the same. Like, if you can use the visual trigger, you can use the the sound trigger. Oh, okay, it actually just stops at 100. But it stopped me there anyway. Stops me whenever I get to the thing. So, we're getting there. Here, 100 mon for each piece. Not a bad split, as we say in the chopping business. Okay. Remember, including what you already done for me, I'm gonna need about 300 pieces of wood. Okay, why did he stop me then? So, I hate to ask, but you'll help me again, won't you? Why did it stop? I didn't stop the game. I didn't push circle. Okay, I don't know why it stopped me, but it shouldn't have stopped me because I've gone past 100 before. Unless you only get so many attempts, I don't know. I thought it was gonna stop me and be like, oh, you ended up, like, I thought it was gonna stop me and, like, do the thing, but no, it stopped me at 100. It doesn't say that I have so many attempts either. I think after this 100 it should be, and he's not updating the amount either. That's the other thing that's weird, he's not updating the amount. Should have updated and say you've still got this much wood to cut. Pretty sure I didn't push stop though. It usually asks you if you want to stop. Unless 100 is the most that you can do. The only reason I'm doing this so many times is because it's to get the bond up, and it's like we may as well just get the bond out of the way. So that's what it's saying that we have to do. Get the bond out of the way as quickly as we can, because some of the ones are based on timing, I think, where it's like if we... I think they're based on time. They're based on timing. So it's like you have to wait around for... before you can go and do the next one. This one here, we don't have to wait around at all. We just have to do it as fast as possible. And it's for a sub-story, so we may... I'm surprised he didn't stop us, but, that's 300. But I'll keep going just to see if it will count the like if it'll end it when we reach the required number, because it's not really being clear about what we have to do. That's it. Let's reach 100. I think that should be the 300 that we need. You done it? Done what? By my count, you chopped me over 300 pieces, like I asked you to. Here, let me get you your share. More money.
Nani?
Wow, 300 pieces of wood already. See that? When you're really focused on your chopping, anything's possible. Thanks, boy. And you know what? My back's feeling mighty better right about now. So here, to commemorate the occasion, obtained a broken compass. That's probably another material. Thank you very much. Pleasure doing business with you. Now, if you don't mind, I got firewood to sell. See you later, boy. That's his friendship all the way up? Almost? Okay, something's gonna have to happen with the... Usually something happens with the friendship, because now he's disappeared. So since he's disappeared, that means that, we probably have to come back for some other reason, to get help for him. So I think a broken compass was an important item of fine manufacture, although it's unfortunately broken. Alright, so there's a pot that's like right there. I'm gonna go grab that. What have we still got left to do? Still looking around for the... We're nearly back at the dojo. So, still looking around for what I've got to do. Now we're back at the dojo. Oh, that didn't even appear on as fights until I ran into it. Alright. Alright then. I'm doing a ton of damage actually with this. They've got a metal sheet. I like how they roll down the stairs, that's great. When they roll down the stairs, they do the thing. Got a few things now. Picture of a ghost. God, we're getting a lot of drops very early, actually. Actually, really nice on random fights. Metal sheet, metal that's been shaped to an easily workable form. A lot of materials, though. If we just get materials like this that are of all different rarities, that's going to be very useful. Wait, we're missing some stuff that we haven't... Oh, there. Picture of a ghost, and a picture of a ghost from some fairy tale. Don't have anything for equipment. We got a training orb. What can we upgrade? Attack boost. I wish we could use R1 and L1 here, because that would actually make things much faster. For some reason I haven't got that. It's a bit slow. Running shots. Okay, I don't know what I want here. That's parrying an attack. Creates a bit of rush combos and brawler. And I guess we'll get this. Like, we have to get everything here anyway, but where are we currently? Because heading left will take us back to the dojo, which is where we went already. So I guess we'll hit down. Wait a second, we missed it. Then it's like down here. Already been in here. I guess now we'll just head up and down the road here, I guess. Trying to figure out which way is the... Game hasn't really told us where we're supposed to be going yet. Just told us to go around and talk to people, which... Trying to find people to talk to. Look, we have some truly exceptional products today. So, Sober Capsule, a pill created by a man named Yontensai long ago. Folks swear by it as a trusty way to sober up. Yokan, a confection made of red beans hardened with agar. The ultra fresh agar will please the any palate, and its sweetness is sure to make you wake up on a sleepy day. And Inkjo, got a unique smell, but its subtle bitterness and its highlight. Be sure to be good to cook with. Okay, well, I'm not going to buy anything, but what is this over here? Because we couldn't access this before. We could not access this before because the way was blocked. Yeah, just a... What's going on? There they go again, singing and dancing. It's their refrain. Ija Naika. This happened a lot. It's spreading up all over the country, so I'm told. Apparently it's supposed to be some kind of social protest. Huh? Well, things being what they are, it's no surprise to see people protesting. Especially common folk. Ain't that the truth? Still, their message is getting kind of twisted lately. How so? Ijai Naika used to mean why not. That started as a question of why not make merry, why not improve things. Along the way, that warped into who cares. The calls for reform are being drowned out by those just looking to cause a ruckus. Who cares if we steal? Who cares if we beat someone up? Bad apples would use the movement's anthem to cloak their misbehavior. Ah, hell. See what I mean? Please, these wares are my livelihood. I can't let you take them. Ijai Naika, how do we know you're not trading with barbaric foreigners, old man? Yeah, Ijai Naika. Well, this is common fact. Those two aren't here to make anything better. They're only bullies.
Boy.
Hey, demonstrating is one thing, but you can't just rob this man. We're here to exercise our personal liberties, samurai. Please, help me. Merchants like this want to enslave us all to foreign powers or whatever. Who cares? Ijai Naika. Damn right. Ijai Naika. Ijai Naika. This looks like an attempt at, like, the damn... Gorilla dance. To stop it. Ijai Naika. Ijai Naika. Actually, this is such a ridiculous... Stop dancing at me! Ijai Naika. Ijai Naika. Oh, no. Okay. Ijai Naika. Ijai Naika. It's gonna keep doing it, right? Wait, what? We're doing it now? Why are we doing it? Ijai Naika, Ijai Naika. Is it really like this? I thought you were gonna save me. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. This dance craze is actually pretty terrifying. It's killing the mood again. Hey everybody. This guy cares what people do and how they behave. That is so not Ijai Naika. Alright, well I guess we're in a fight now. Troublesome men. So we have gun and sword. I love these heat moves. The heat moves that lock them into the water are really good. Is that enough? But you need a few more reasons to care. EJ Knight crap, I'm sorry. Bit of a delay in the, thank you for that. Bit of delay in the message. I think the crowd's finally moved on. I'd like you to have this. Contained exquisite cogwheels, that's another, Sure, but aren't you worried they'll just come back?
Hi.
Maybe. This EJ9 car thing is catching on everywhere. That dance has a power to it. I'll have to stay cautious and make sure it doesn't creep on me again. Wait, now he's doing it? Hey. Sorry. It's infectious. Alright, EJ9 car, we completed that. Sub-story's completed. 300 virtue for that, it's a lot of virtue. So let's have a look at what we got, and on to the next thing. So that was the exquisite cogwheel, a useful part for the inside of some machine. We're getting a lot of different variety here. I don't know if we have any, I have this that I can equip, but I don't think we have the ability to equip that yet, that's boring. Okay, salt zone. We can... Oh, I didn't see this one here. First of all, we'll replace one of these orbs with this. And then we can use the other... Almost trying a finishing blow after a... combo, tube sheet. Yeah, we want this. Diligence records. We've done 2 sub-stories already. But I'm still looking around for what we... I wish the game had the, there is a, an item that has the ability for, that, but, we need the thing. So I went down this way, went up here. The only other things left to do is just go down these ways and into some of these inner areas. Still trying to find something that relates to the... James just telling me to go around and talk to people about stuff. Why aren't you letting me talk? Flour Miller. Welcome. We have some fantastic flour today. Udon flour made by grinding down wheat. Could use it in a number of dishes. Okay, so we can cook it again. I hope you buy something next time. Oh, okay, there's a bar. I guess this is triggering the, this. One moment, please. Oh wait, this is the voice.
こないだ殺馬にはそうしてたろ。ちゃんと知ってんだよ。
せやけど、あなた方のはどちら様へお付けしたらええのかわからしまへん。
うるせえ。俺らは勤王の志士だぞ。天下国家のために命がけで幕府と戦ってんだろうが。
Is this gonna be another one of those things where we... It's like, oh, you bumped into me. This isn't a sub-story, though. This is voiced. And we can't skip the dialogue. The X.
新選組呼びます
なんだとバーバーもう一遍言ってみろはいてめえも詫び入れて出すもん出せよあいにく金も
クズに下げる頭も持ち合わせがね
てめえクズってのは誰のこった決まりだこの野郎天誅受けろや
So that means this game I'm willing to use a guide to find everything. Oh, I see a thing that just popped up with triangles with like strong hit there. That's different. Alright, I didn't realize that until I got the thing.
わかったもういい悪かった勘弁してくれ
おおきにお侍様最近は穴
I wonder if there's gonna be a use for with some things.
助かりましたわ
Yeah, we got one Rio, which I'm not sure what the currency is supposed to be. Is that a sub-story or a... What was that actually? Was that didn't show up as a sub-story, it was just a random... Oh, okay, so now it's changed to years. Suppose a place like Kyo's bound to have its share of villains, I should spend a bit more time out. So, okay, so that was just a trigger for the story. Trigger for the story. Fuku Fuku Hub. Hello there, the seat right over there is open. What would you like to drink? Nobu Roku, Shimi Sake, and Nada Sake. Sake made in Nada, famous for its milk. Yeah, so we're not going to... what would you like to eat? We offer a great selection. Peta stew, assortment of stewed taro and other vegetables. The variety of flavors and textures keeps things interesting. Pickles, seasonal vegetables pickled, a classic accompaniment for sake. Boiled tofu, really a local favorite. The seaweed broth does wonders for a cold body. Sobagaki, made by kneading the flour and boiling it, this dish allows you to appreciate the simple taste of soba. So I'm not going to buy anything because we don't need to. I don't want to waste my money. Sorry, I just remembered something I have to do. Okay, stop buying time. I know I have to buy the stuff for other things. It's like, all I'm doing, I'm clicking on the things to see what's available to buy. There's no reason for me to start buying everything now when I don't need it. Thanks, my man. Come back soon. We can go into it later. So that triggered... Guessing we have to just trigger some fights. Here's the fish market. I said he needed a fish, but we can probably also get that another way. So sweet fish, one's great when salted or grilled. Squid, great when grilled. Should I have we read all these? Freshwater eel, a fatty river fish, delicious when broiled. Electric catfish, this fish can be found in rivers, swamps, and relatively murky water, known to unleash an electric shock when excited. Red sail filefish, the skin of this fish can be easily peeled off. Its meat and liver are great for a number of dishes. Tiger prawn, a large shrimp known to inhabit the ocean floor, real culinary treat. Monga eel, this long nocturnal fish, lives in holes at the bottom of the sea, hence the name anago or hole child. Scorpion fish, almost every part of this fish is edible, but beware of its venomous spines. White-eyed flounder, unlike hirami flounders, its eyes are to the right, its white meat is great stewed. Soft-shelled turtle, a type of turtle is said to be so vicious that once it bites, only the sound of thunder can shake it free. Rainbow trout, a member of the salmon family, an exotic species not often seen in Japan. Salmon, that's a salmon, good when stewed or tossed in soup. Sea bream, found that. Stringfish, this fish is so rare, few people have ever actually seen one. Some grow to be quite large. Okay, so we need a fish for the guy for the sub-story, but I'd rather not buy a fish because we can... if we can buy the fish, if we can catch the fish ourselves, we save money. So, much thanks, hope to see you again.
いらっしゃいませどうぞ
面倒はごめんだ
Still trying to figure out where why not let me trying to get to the guy. Getting a lot of drops though. A white gemstone found inside the seashells. So we got a wall dancer ore plus a. So we can replace the wall dancer one that we've got here to give this carry. Actually, we could get this one as well because the heat gauge is a certain level. I don't know why we got pushed this far. Welcome, what can I get you? Okay, so this is like all our ingredients. So cucumber, great with miso or salt. It can be made into a bunch of different pickles, real handy vegetable. Potato, this potato is real popular in the West, mighty tasty when stewed or steamed. Onion, first brought in from the West as a form of decoration, but has a wonderful sweetness when boiled. Eggplant, great vegetable for stewing or grilling, excellent pickled too. Green onion, vegetable with a strong aroma, great when boiled. Also makes a wonderful garnish when thinly sliced. Ginger, unique for its pungent taste and aroma, handy for when you need to punch up the flavor of the dish. Hot pepper, a spice brought in from foreign lands, putting a small amount into your cooking is sure to add some nice flavor. Strawberry, a nice pleasant smelling fruit, sweet tart, and apparently quite nutritious. Okay. Cloudy and mirror. I don't like how sometimes the items they pick up as well. If you polish it up enough, it could make very useful. Welcome, would you like anything to drink? Please sit anywhere you'd like. I want to just see what these all offer, but... Like anything to drink, Toso Sake, already... Saijo Sake, coming from one of the nation's most famous breweries, this sake is known for its favourite potato sake, made by adding grated yams to sake, said to be nourishing and extremely beneficial for the sick. Inari sushi, a type of sushi where the rice is wrapped with sweet and spicy deep-fried tofu pockets. Katsuo Tataki, we read that one. Whole mackerel sushi, we stuffed fresh toasted blue mackerel with a platter dish. We fancy this a festival dish here in Tosa. Full plate of sushi and sashimi to gulp down on. Feast roast we read already, that one we read. Yeah, these ones I've already read. Sorry, I just remembered something I have to do. Very well, he's come again. So I'll worry about the buying the stuff later. Usually I don't use the restaurants for stuff. So I usually like click on them to see what they have, and then we'll just see where it goes. I think I finally found where I'm supposed to go, because that was definitely not there before. They weren't cinching the group. They weren't blue member what's the name people there.
新選組だ。いいか、引き返そう。恩師は坂本。
Wait a second, do we know who that guy is?
やっぱりそうぜよ。わしじゃ。俺、土佐の島田。
Yeah, I thought it was that guy.
恩師、今日に来ちゃったかい。
人違いだ。
ちょ待ち。何言うがじゃヒット。脱本してからどこにおったかじゃ。
大声出すな。
りゃ新選組ぜよ。やばい。逃げるがじゃ。
He just runs away.
逃げやがった。おい、捕まえ
Wait,
ろ。
what? Are they actually going to chase after us now? Or something? We didn't even do anything. Hide. Okay, a chase battle against the Shinsengumi troopers. Run away from your pursuers. You're being chased, the screen will turn red. Shake the pursuers off by either hiding or putting enough distance between them and yourself, then continue to your objective. On the map, you'll find buckets, palanquins, and wooden boards propped against buildings. Okay. I guess that we can hide in these. Approach these spots and hide by pressing circle. Shake the pursuers off quickly, but you can't hide if they're already bearing down on you. They will chase you as soon as they see you, so do what you can to avoid their line of sight. I don't know where I'm running off to, but... view controls button configuration rules. Where is the map? I guess what we have to do is head towards... there. Right? I didn't know that was the way we were supposed to go, so I'll head back. As long as we don't get seen, we should be alright. Oh, they're actually just right there. I wasn't sure where I was supposed to be going, that was the issue. Like, we were about to run into the guy, I didn't even realise. I don't know what this means, we're about to get caught. I was trying to figure out where I was supposed to go. Oh, yeah, the way we're supposed to go is there. It's a good place to hide. At least we found what we were supposed to do, but... It's going on to a cutscene, we'll see where we go next. That voice sounds familiar. Hope it is Akiyama.
所詮新選組は田舎者の集まり。入り組んだ今日の街で奴らを巻くのは簡単だ。あんたはおっとっと。せっかく新選組やり過ごしたってのに。
He was the guy that we saw out the front of the
俺もあんたと同じ
dojo, if you remember.
叩けば誇り
We
が出
also
る
saw him at
ね
the start as well.
そうかい。じゃあな。
あんたさ、天然理心流の使い手は見つかったのかい？
なんだと？誰なんだあんた？
気がつかなかったかな？さっき道場にいたんだけどさ、ってまあ影に隠れて話を聞いてただけなんだけど。いや、悪いとは思ったんだけど、ついつい盗み聞きしちゃってね。そういうの大好きでさ。
あんたは誰だと聞いてるんだ。
ああ、そうか。俺は長州藩の新堀松助。これでも一応勤王の志士ってやつだ。おかげで幕府や新選組からは目の敵にされちゃってるんだけど。
なるほど。それじゃあ新堀ってのは偽名か。
まあ初対面だし偽名で勘弁してくれ。けどあんたの剣の腕俺に預けてくれるってんならいずれ本名も教えるよ。
何？
実はさ、今今日の道場を回って剣の腕の立つ男を探してるんだ。
どうしてそんなことを？
いや、近々ちょっと人騒動を起こそうと思っていてね。誰にも負けないって剣の使い手が必要なんだよ。あんただったらうってつけなんだけど、どう？
あんたの本名に興味はない。予想は当たるんだな。
釣れないな。それじゃ、そうだな。まずはあんたに一つ恩を売っておこうか。
ん？
これでも俺、長州藩きっての情報通って言われててね。情報の仕入れ方には精通してる。
そうなのか。それがどうした？
あんたのやり方は古い。普通じゃない情報を仕入れるのに、普通の情報屋を使うのは考えもんだよ。まあ、懐の事情もあるんだろうけどね。俺の見たところ、カラスとかいう情報屋、あれ普通も普通、超普通だ。
じゃあどうすればいいんだ？
もしあんたがまだ天然理心流という使い手を置きなら、俺がこの京で一番と言われる情報屋を紹介しよう。見返りをよこせとは言わない。こいつはあんたへのお近づきの印だ。聞く気はあるかい？
ああ。
その情報屋は貧民街の奥、西の河原と呼ばれるところを目白にして、
Purgatory, so are we gonna be going and
通称
visiting the
西の風呂屋。
Bathkeeper of Sai? Okay, is this very similar to the Florist of Sai, I'm guessing, from
依
the
頼主に情報を
other
渡
games
す場
that
所が
everyone
必ず
knows
どこ
of?
かの風呂屋なんだよ。
なるほど。
これから俺の方でそいつに天然理心流の使い手を調べておくように手配しておく。あんたは日が落ちたら屋敷町南の風呂屋へ行ってくれ。店の門に新堀松助と名乗れば、その情報屋のところに案内されるはずだ。
随分親切なんだな。この話、どんな裏がある？
疑り深いね。俺を信じるか信じないかはあんた次第さ。でも信じないで何もしないより、信じて裏切られた方が少しは前に進める。
夜になったら俺は新堀松助を名乗って屋敷町南の風呂屋に行く。それで情報屋に会えるんだったな。
ああ。ただ夜までしばらく時間がある。新選組には気をつけた方がいいよ。分かってるとは思うけど、幕府が連中に今日の治安維持を任せてから、浪人者は街歩くだけで命がけだ。少しでも怪しければ切られるし、時々怪しくなくても切られる。
分かっている。
待ちなよ。せめて名前くらい教えてってもいいんじゃない？
俺も偽名かもしれないぞ。
まあ、そこはお互い様だから。
斎藤はじめだ。
斎藤さんね。覚えとくよ。そんじゃ。
長州藩の新堀か。隙があるようで隙がない。不思議な男だな。
I really learned about Tenon Rishin from some bathhouse in South Jikimachi. Supposed to go there at night, so I've got some time to kill. Maybe I'll head back to Teradaya for now. Right, sure, we'll head back to Teradaya then. But I'm just checking now, so it's like... Okay, so I think... Okay, so sub-stories appear as the, exclamation marks, if we've got them active. Unfortunately, if they're not active, that... I wish that those would appear all the time, but I think to have them appear, there's an item for that, so... Right, so... nothing changed... Probably the only thing that changed was this. Go. Hoshu Domain. One of the more powerful domains of Japan, maintains a strong presence in this. Go. There's Nibari. Nibori Matsusuke, a Choshu samurai, admitted to Ryoma that Nibori Matsusuke is a fake name. After witnessing Ryoma's skills, he invites Ryoma to the Choshu domain but gets turned down. He provides the name of a capable informant, the Bathkeeper of Sai. There is probably going to be another character that we are very familiar with. Satsuma, a domain located in the south of Kyushu. This area, part of the current-day Kagoshima Prefecture. And Choshu domain, we already read about that. Alright, so now we go to the next area. Okay, so the enemies don't appear as... Okay, so I see that there's a strong hit. I want to see what that actually does. Oh, okay, that's what the strong hit is. Strong hit is the triangle down slash. Dead branch, so that was where we were. Tree branch like those you can find lying around anywhere. Another material for something? Oh, that's what the volcano. Looks like it was blasted out of a volcano. Alright, I guess we head back. I guess in this case I'll just be doing sub-stories that I'm able to find. I don't remember what I actually no, we haven't been back in here since I haven't been back in here since the thing got triggered, so I can actually explore around now. I guess we have to go upstairs because I haven't seen what all the stuff in here that is. I'm guessing there's nothing that's of importance that. Oh, it's...
おかえりやす。もう、気ぃつけてや。
And there's Bob. Bob as well. Okay, I guess we'll talk to you. Hey, I'm back with Matsu, Bob, and Tsunomiya. Let's see if I've got anything to give you. I don't think I can get any of these because it doesn't tell me that I can... Saying that I don't have so I don't have any of the DLC, but I'm pretty sure I can't grab any of this. Shinsengumi Enjoyment Set. This kit adds the Ishin difficulty in all standard skins. Okay, so Change Ryoma's Appearance and Hiyori as well. So we get Skin Scarred Ryoma, Shinobi Ryoma, Kabuki Ryoma, Chicken Ryoma, Fiery Soul, Golden, Big Catch, Cherry Blossom, Midnight, Dawn of the Dojo, Great Beauty, Proud Sumo, Sushi Served Fresh, Elegant Teacup, Dragon Festival, and Festival Wear Hiyori's. I don't think I can grab these. Yeah, so I can't grab these because I don't have the actual downloadable content. Which, what the weird thing is, right, is if I click PlayStation Store, I'm pretty certain it's not going to load up any of these things here, because I checked and I can't even, it's not even going to show that I can buy any of these things even if I want them. It's not even showing up in the game, on the game page. Okay, this is really weird, it's actually now showing up on the game page. This was not here before. $123 for the thing, now that's expensive. Obviously I'm not going to be buying any of these.
うちも鬼ちゃいますし、全部とは言わへんから。
Even here, it's weird. So it's like, this kit contains a sacrifice stone that will help Ryoma back on his feet should he fall in battle. Pulls out various other items to help it. Actually, now that I think about it, does this actually, like, did that update my thinking? I'm gonna check that. If I go down here, yeah, see, there's still nothing that shows up here at all, like it's supposed to. So this is all DLC. What do you get here? You get 3 red Daifuku, 3 yellow Daifuku, 3 blue Daifuku, 3 green Daifuku, 3 training Daifuku, and 1 sacrifice stone. Sword upgrade, so you get pearl fluorite, marksman's fan, 15 precious steel, 20 silver scrap, 20 gold nugget, 20 gold chunk, Kawami hammer, and sphere seal Kawami. And then you get City and Chunk marksman, that's the same. So 20 exquisite codwood, 20 rusty spring, 15 small wind-up device, 1 gold hammer, Kawami, because it's very similar to the same thing. This is trooper and enhancement cards, so... okay, this is the one where you get, like, certain characters. Legendary Trooper Kasuga Ishinoga, that's Ichi from Like a Dragon. Nishitani Shigeharu, I think that's Nishitani from Zero. Mukoda Sai, Makamura Mako, Taranosuke. Yamo Goroshi, I believe, is the bear. Karage is, I think, a chicken. Mizo. Epic Trooper, 3 attack instructor, 3 defense instructor, 3 medical instructor, 3 assist instructor, 3 support instructor, 2 promotion, jewel, 5 gold plate. Then there's like a bunch of obtain a truly one-of-a-kind skin which allows Ryoma to experience the thing as in SQ skin. This contains black ship cannon as well as 2 katanas, the Kijinmaru Kinoshige and Bloody Sheen. Okay. And then this is a bunch of powerful elite power. So you get these are actually based on real people. So Rahul Kohli is a I think a VTuber. Kenny Omega is a wrestler. Natasha Nyanas is a VTuber, I think. Pro Carnage, Alex, Mikala, and Vampy Bite Me. I don't know who any of these people are, apart from Kenny Omega, obviously. Snowtap Katana. And yeah, so he has all the downloadable content, so I don't have access to any of the downloadable content anyway. Like, the thing that's weird, right, is if I go onto my game screen here, and I go and scroll down, there's no, usually there's a store option that shows up on the thing. And then, in this case, it's like, you go onto the thing and then it's like, it's not there, so if I talk to him and pretty much all that's going to happen is it's going to be like, here's all the stuff that you can grab that's downloadable content, and then, you just send it to the PlayStation Store, which, at that point, anyway, so, I mean, it doesn't matter. We'll just, I'll have to, like, I don't mind, like, DLC. Just head up to our room. Right, we have to wait out till nighttime. Oh. Immediately informant broker tonight. Should I rest until then? Yes. Time to rest. It's already evening, time to get to the bathhouse in South Yoshimachi. Yoshikimachi. I gotta get used to saying these names. I'm so used to the other games, but this is like completely different than what I'm used to playing. This is like completely different, a completely different place. nothing's changed. And we know where we have to go, so... I don't know if anything will change at night because of, I don't know if anything will change at night if we, I've got to keep an eye on areas to pray, I've got to keep an eye on the water wells, and I've got to keep an eye on the, this is the bathhouse. Enter. I gotta keep an eye on the pods to pick up. I gotta keep an eye on the wells and the prey. The wells are the most important ones because they don't appear. Well, the pods are and the wells are. I think hard to believe there's a real information break here. The pods will find naturally. I think the wells there's only like a number of them in the areas, and the other stuff is you see them on the map.
どうもお越しやす。
新堀松助ってもんだが。
へいへい、そらどうもご丁寧に。新堀様でいらっしゃいますね。風呂は奥でございます。どうぞ。
Yep, that definitely looks like it's him. As far as I'm sorry.
おいでやす。ごゆっくり。
Yep, that's definitely
新
him.
堀松助だ。
話は聞いてるよ。
この風呂は貸し切りってわけか。
ああ、他には誰も入ってこねえ。安心だろう。
あんたがサイの風呂や。
そうだ。あんたは斎藤はじめ。
自己紹介はいらねってわけか。
まあお互い知りすぎるのはやめにしとこうや。
なかなかいい湯だな。
I don't know if this is gonna get into. I don't think it would get censored because it's not like again, this is a cutscene in a game. Like, how can you especially if even if the things are part of the gameplay as well. Like, pretty sure this should be okay. Who actually really knows?
だがその前になぜそいつを探しているのか理由を聞かせちゃもらえねえか。
I mean, I look at it this way. If Grand Theft Auto 5 is allowed to be streamed, and there's nothing that's mentioned about like, oh, you can't thing, then it's like, to me, I feel like this would be streamed because there's in Grand Theft Auto 5 there's a straight you don't see the bottom part, but there's a straight up like sex scene in Grand Theft Auto 5 where both people are doing something clearly on screen. Like, you don't see anything, but you see it enough. So it's like, if that's not banned, like... If anyways, that's worse, so... I don't think anyone's had any problems with this game, streaming-wise. I don't know how it all worked, well... I don't think it would have any problems either on YouTube, because why would we're allowed to play it without that being nothing, whatever.
その司令官の連中が1年くらい前に江戸から京に登ってきた。あんたが知っているのはそこまでだったな。
ああ。
その後京に入った司令官の連中はある組織を作り上げたんだ。
ある組織。
その目的は幕府を後ろ盾とした京の治安維持、主に倒幕を画策する勤王志士を取り締まることだ。
何？それって。
ああ、そのある組織ってのは新選組だ。 自衛官の人間が今京で志士たちを切りまくっている新選組の幹部ってわけだ。そもそも新選組局長の近藤勇って男、こいつが天然理心流の4代目宗家でな、近藤を含めた免許改伝者の
Okay, this is actually a
新選組幹部となっている。
explanation for the plot.
副長の土方歳三、総長山並圭介、一番隊隊長沖田総司、二番隊隊長長倉新八、六番隊隊長の井上源三郎、そして八番隊隊長の東堂平介、みんな今日で名を挙げている人斬りだ。
それじゃ天然理心流の使い手が今は全員新選組にいるってことか。
ああ、今日に来た頃連中はまだ田舎流派とバカにされていたが、すぐに大流派の勤王志士さえ据え物みてえに切りまくった。
I guess all of those people,
そこへさら
all
に
of those
1000
people
人の
happen
人
to
斬り
be,
が集ま
so
ったの
they
が
could
この
all
新
be
選組
potential
だ。
culprits.
戦国時代でさえここまでの人斬り集団はなかったろう。
その新選組幹部の中で1年前に土佐へ行った男はいるか。
そんなの調べちゃいねえよ。それに調べろと言われても難しいな。そいつは新選組の懐に深く入って初めて聞き出せる情報だ。時間がかか
Yeah,
る。
if you know how the Florist of Sight works in like the other games, he's essentially an information broker in all the games, and he has the way it is in the Yakuza games. He has like cameras and eyes everywhere, so he knows all sorts of different things that are going on and where to find things. And it's often a place that they revisit multiple times in the game.
目的の男が新選組にいるのは確かだし、ここから先はこっちでやる。
こうどうやって調べる気だ。
ああ、ちょっとお客さん、今貸し切りでさかい。
なんだ。
いや、わからねえ。
Something's definitely happening because like the receptionist guy got hit.
すんまへん親分、そいつがどうしてもお風呂に入れる。
Wow, that's a big spot.
入り口に
And look who it is. That's another
そしたら
another familiar face.
わしが風呂屋に来る前に知らせに来とくんやったな。わざわざ店まで来た客に帰れ言うんか。
入るんならさっさと入れ。いつまでもそんなもん見せつけてんじゃねえ。
サイの風呂屋いうのはお前か。とぼけても無駄やで。ちーと調べてもらいたいことがある。なんじゃこれ。のとはよ水で埋めんかい。
Throws the guy into the
おい、
water well.
どこの大将だか知らねえが、何をそんなにイラついてやがる。
何やと。
It's so weird that this is like only this is chapter 2.
じゃあな。
This is like chapter 2 in the game, and we're already being confronted by
誰がイラついとる。
this guy. Ryuji is the final boss of Kiwami 2.
誰がイラついとるって。
It's like we're already being confronted by
遊びじゃ
a
済
boss from a final boss and the main antagonist of one game this early. They're gonna fight right in here.
少し騒がせ。
Yep, they're about to fight.
参ったなこれ。
Well, let's this is certainly different to what I don't think we've ever had. Oh, I know in 3 there was a fight where it was like in a sauna area, but I've never had a fight where both characters are completely nude and they're fighting in the bathhouse. Large man. Alright, let's see how they cover this stuff. Okay, this is oh, we don't have access to any of our We don't have access to any of our, don't have access to any of our, abilities. Any of our weapons. That works. I guess we have to... I bashed the button too fast. I don't like the, we're getting a bunch of style up-ups though, for this. Okay, so that's actually good how this works. So that means anytime that we use the... We've got a loincloth, but anytime we use the style, even if we don't defeat the enemies, it gives us level ups. So that's going to be very useful. Gotta try and remember that I'm these heat actions.
おいお前らいい加減頭冷やせ。続きがしたきゃよそでやるんだな。
おい
なんだ
これからいっぱいおごらせてくれ。
おごられてやるよ。
へえ。
Of course, naturally, after we've had a fight with someone, and I guess because they have respect for each other in some ways, they go out drinking now.
大した羽振りだな、あんた。
I only just noticed this myself, but when I started streaming, I must have started streaming almost at 12 o'clock. So my time that it's currently, it's like 1:58:30 in terms of the actual time that the stream's been going, and so we're about a minute behind, so it's almost a minute off of the actual time that I've streamed. That pretty much means the time that I would stop streaming would be around the time that would actually be, so... I think the first time I've actually noticed that I've been right on that time.
サイの風呂屋に踊ったが、何の情報交換や。
そこまで話す義理はね。それよりあんたこそ、情報屋に仕事を頼みたかったんじゃねえのか。
あんたと殴り合うたおかげで頼み損ねてもった。そうや、わしが書いたかった情報が何やったか話したら、あんたも話すか？
いや、そいつはごめんだな。
ま、ええわ。別にわしの方は隠す必要もあらへん。わしの欲しかった情報は、新選組局長、近藤勇についての全てや。
何？
あいつはほんまムカつく男やで。何もかんも見透かしたような目。あんたが風呂屋で言うた、わしのイラつきの原因が、あいつやったんや。
あったのか、近藤勇に。
おう、会うたで。 あんたと風呂屋で会うたほんの少し前や。あんた知っとるか？今度は百姓上がりのにわか侍や。それが剣を取った途端、なんたらいう流派を継いだっちゅう。
天然理心流だ。
ああ、それや。そのにわか侍が目合わせただけでこのわしに汗かかせよった。今日はおかしな日や。近藤といい、あんたといい、強い男にやたらと会う。
I don't think we've met Konfu yet.
あんた、どこで近藤勇に会ったんだ？
なんや？あんた、近藤に会いたいんか？相手は幕府お抱えの人斬り集団や。その局長ともなれば簡単に会うことはできん。せやけど手がないこともないな。
なんだ？
無理やり新選組の屯所に押し込むか、それとも
新選組に入るか？
せや。
ならあんたはどうやって会いに行った？
わしは近藤に会いに行ったんとちゃう。向こうから会いに来たんや。
なんだと？あんた何者なんだ？
It's so weird. You go from like CGI cutscene that we just had
せ
prior
やけどわしはもうよたで。
to the text cutscene like that, and now we go back to this.
そろそろ女や。
あら、
今日の女子は今で育った国の女子とは
Isn't anything up?
もう先生、宿すえ。
That actually does make me wonder if we're going to get to a point in
お
time
いどんな
where
薩摩藩軍部役をしちょる
is it possible?
西郷吉之助でごわす。
Is it possible to commander of the Satsuma army, Saigo Kichino?
薩摩の
So is it
Saigo
possible?
Kichinosuke.
I wonder if it's going to be possible
ほな
with enough time if they made the entire game these types of cutscenes. I feel like that would take a long time to do, but if you have the time, that would thing. But
ご存
I
知
just
です
don't
か？
know if that's
薩
feasible
摩藩いうとこ
because
ろ
then everything
は
has to be voiced as well.
西郷先生の一声で舵を切らはりますえ。
ああ、
その分敵も多いお人やさかい、わざと大阪なまりで喋らはるし、めったなことで名乗らは
Okay,
る
so he's pretending to be from Osaka,
Okay,
but in
先生に
in
高
the
く
other
歌わ
games
れはり
he
ましたな。
is all about like being that as well. He's all about being like having the accent, the dialect, and all that stuff, because it's a like a respect thing. Go back to Terradaya and sleep. Okay. Before we do that, I want to check to see what... We did get a loincloth or something, that does... Okay, that's considered a breastplate. That's going to increase the power of our brawler attacks by 90%. And give us some defense boost, so that's actually really good. Got 2 brawler orbs, so we can remove 2 of these, and sorry, we can make 2 of these red, and then use the 2 orbs elsewhere. First number of shots on Dragon Ball. Yeah, that's. I'll get the other upgrade for the. I think it was. Now we've got Satsuma Domain. One of the more powerful domains of Japan, maintains a strong presence in the city of Kyo. And then we have Saigo. Saigo Kachinosuke, a large man who jeweled Ryoma in the bathhouse. He later reveals himself to be Satsuma Army Commander Saigo Kachinosuke. Right, so we're probably going to learn more stuff about certain characters as we go, but... And while searching for Tenon mission users, Ryoma meets Horimatsuki of Choshu and Saigo Kachinosuke of Satsuma. That's just changed. So surprised that the florist is in you. I guess we head back to the Terradoria. Where do we go? This is another. I'm gonna get so used to the map and which way I've got to go. Pretty much this way. Red trunk. Oh, did you hear? There was a murder. You don't say. That's horrifying. You know what else? The victim was a Ronin with a Tosa dialect. The city has descended into depravity. Let's hurry home. That doesn't sound good because we're actually being forced into this now. There's the prize drawing. We'll go and do that actually right now because we have the 3 tickets as well. What's all the commotion? We have the tickets. Oh, that's our friend that found us.
何万ダブ何万ダブお役人はまだ来てへんの
新選組がやったんとちゃうか
それやったら近くにおるやろ。
やっぱりそうぜよわしじゃ俺土佐の島田弥平恩師今日に来ちょったがかい
Randomly a guy. Hang on a second, that looks.
島田弥平は口の軽い男じゃった。
He looks very familiar.
面倒を起こす前
Is that Izo?
始末する必要があったがです。
It looks like it. It looks like it's him based on the hair and the thing.
わしは敵じゃありませんよ。でもまさ。
But they already know that we're here then, I guess.
あんたとやり合うつもりはないき。今夜、ムクロ街に来ていただけますか。
ムクロ街。
場所は寺田屋の人間に聞けばわかります。
俺に何の用だ。
来ればわかりますき。では。
Strange man knew my name. He wants me to go to Mukurugai. Ask about this place at Terradoria. Where are we? there? That related to the top story. Alright, this thing. Okay, so that means that whenever we see a thing, it's, why does everybody else get to have fun? So that means every time we see a thing box, it must be a sub-story. What about me? Don't kill me. What makes you think I'd do that? Oh, I'm so sorry. What was all that what about me stuff just now? Huh? You were talking to yourself, planning about something, it sounded like. Oh, no worries if you don't want to talk about it. Sorry to bother you. It's, I wanna play with the others too. The junk boy. Okay. I was actually curious because, I know I'd seen, like, the speech bubbles around, but I thought that was just randomly, like, apparently that the speech bubbles might be our way of knowing, like, hey, this is where a sub-story is gonna be. If that's the case, I should, keep an eye on those. My parents are really strict and stuff. I never get the toys all the other kids get. No pinwheels or bubble makers. Not even spinning tops. If you want to make it in this town, it's really important to have the same toys as everyone else. But my mum and dad just don't understand. It's so dumb. I see. I guess kids have it pretty tough. We do. Like, even today, everyone was playing with their spinning tops, and I was the only kid who didn't have one. That's why you were off sulking by yourself. Yeah. To be honest, I don't know how much about being a kid these days, but is having the same toys as everyone else really that important? Of course it is. I mean, think about it. If you don't have a spinning top, you can't exactly play along. I don't know if that's true. Of course it is. Well, even if you don't have a spinning top, I'm sure you can still enjoy spending time with your friends. You can be a judge or cheer them on or something. And even then, maybe you could borrow one from them. Have you tried that? No, I don't have anything for them to borrow in return. There's an inherent lack of equivalent exchange. What kind of friendship is that? Those are some pretty big words you're using. If I had something to offer them first, I could probably borrow their toys. Oh. Hey, I know, mister. You know, I've got a name. Mister, is there anything you have right now that you don't want? Something I don't want. You'd really be okay with anything? Yeah, whatever you got. Maybe you didn't know, mister, but us kids can turn just about anything into a toy. Alright then. So, please, I'll take anything you want. You don't want. Seriously, anything. Okay, let's see what we have offers to give him. Try to hand over. That's healing, that's water from the well, which is healing. Well, it's only a small healing, so I could give him the well water, like, this is all healing and heat stuff, I don't want to give him that. These are all crafting materials. But I don't want to give any of these away. I mean, I may as well give him the water because it's not going to do anything. Just give him this and see what happens. How's this? What is this? No good? Okay, how about... No, this is awesome. We gave him some water, but what the heck is it? Seems like that worked. Not sure why, though. Well, I'm not sure why either. Apparently that's enough, so we're giving away... thanks, mister. I'm going to show this off to the others. He's going to go and show off that he has some well water. Okay, that's fine by me. talk more later, okay, boy. So I guess every time we see Junk Boy, we have to go and give him something. You formed a bond with the Junk Boy. You can deepen your bond by interacting with him and filling the bond gauge. You can also check the status of your gauge and diligence records in the Horseman and try to visit him often. That was an easy sub-story. A bunch of virtue. Where are we currently? So we want to go left. Alright, well I guess every time I see Junk Boy, we will go ahead and speak with him. So the boss, the enemies do not show up on screen until we get it close enough. Got another soul orb. Sphere Seal Attack. I do not know what that is. That's something different. Yeah, I've got like these as well I could give him, because like these heal, so it's fine, but like this item doesn't do anything like poor quality. Like I've got stuff I can just throw away. Fine. And also clears up space for me, but what was I looking for? I saw there was something this thing. Okay, Sphere Seal Attack. A seal used to enhance weapons, increase attack by 2%. So that means that there are these are the seals that we have to use. Okay, we've got a Swordsman Orb and a upgrades. So apparently, I think the friendship stuff shows. Like Clevion doesn't show me anything, so we get virtue for doing those. So obviously, I'll do those specific. Wild Silk. Right, there's a prayer thing there, so we'll go and do that. We'll do the prayer thing, that way we can, so, high quality string harvested from silkworms. Oh, we have a... So what I'll do is I will, before we go and rest, I will here and we'll upgrade use some of these virtue points. See what we can boy. Oh wait, that's for storage? Oh, sorry. Storage. Well, this was for the virtue thing. Or was it the shrine that we needed to do something for? Where's the... That's a shrine. But then what are these considered? I thought there was multiple shrines around. There's a group of pretty scary folks in Mukurogai. They might even be assassins. Apparently they've been cleaning up the town in secret, tracking down all kinds of awful people. They could be doing something good. They still sound like people I want nothing to do with. I thought
何や揉め事でもありました？
There's a combat arena somewhere in town. Apparently it attracts highly skilled swordsmen from all over the country, to the point where duels are happening every day. Some real keen-sounding prizes for the winners too. Where is it? I don't know, all I've heard is some guy over in Mukuragai runs it. You probably have to poke around there to find out the details. Alright, well I guess we'll head to... I thought that those areas that we pray at would count as being able to upgrade the abilities, but they don't. There's only one shrine in this area, at least. So maybe there's multiple shrines elsewhere.
Hara, ma, okaeri yasu. Kyou wa o hayai koto.
何とでも言ってくれ。それよりお涼、ムクロ貝を知っているか？
ムクロ貝？あそこは無宿の巣窟や。
無宿の巣窟？
地元の人間どころかお役人もよう近づかん。お尋ね者やら無宿人の吹きだまり。なんや、そこら中に身ぐるみ剥がされた死体が転がっとるいう噂や。
今から案内を頼めるか？近くまででいい。
あんた話聞いとらんかった？あないな場所、誰も近づかん言うとるやないの。
お涼ちゃん、ええよ。俺が案内するわ。どうせあそこは俺が船出さないかれへんし。なんやったら遠くから見てすぐ引き返せるさかい。
ああ、頼む。
うちは知らんよ。
ほなお客さん、準備ができたら声かけてくれまっか。それとももうよろしい？
Alright, well we're ready to go, so just
ああ、大丈夫だ。
ほな船の準備してきますわ。せやけどアンさん、ムクロ貝なんかに何の用でっか？
お呼びがかかってるんだな。
お呼び？
I like that this is an actual cutscene,
やっぱり遠くから見るだけですまんのでっか？
rather than being just randomly something that we do
ま、
like a
そんなとこ
transition
や思って
thing.
ましたわ。
Like how in the taxis, like
yeah.
if you play Judgment enough, you'll know
なん
that
で
you travel in
ム
taxis
クロ
to a
貝って
lot
呼
of
ば
other
れてる
places.
か知ってまっか？ほんまは六門町っていう土地なんですけど、かなり昔に洛外で一番大きなお寺があったらしいですわ。そこに高名なお坊さんがおったようで、不治の病にかかったもんや夜逃げしたもんを大勢世話しとったようです。それから数年後にどうやら流行り病がそこで見つかったようで、お寺の住人みんな土に埋められたらしいですわ。実際あそこの土掘り起こしたら山ほど骨が出てくる。そんで通称ムクロ貝って呼ばれるようになったんですわ。今じゃ無法者のたまり場です。アンさん、長いはせん方がええで。そろそろ見えてきましたで。
手間かけさせたな。
お帰りはどうなさります？
なんとかする。あんたは帰ってくれていい。
へい。
How are we gonna get back? Does look like it's very much like the slums. Yeah, it wouldn't be the slums if there weren't people beating up on other people. So, like how it starts this year, though. Okay, let's have a look at the map. So, oh, there's like multiple floors. So mahjong, there's a arms dealer, paradise, whatever that is. More mini games. Okay, so they call this Dead Man's Quarters. Have to keep moving forward. I'm guessing we have to deal with what's in front of us here. Well, did Junk Kid appear on our map? Does Junk Kid appear on our map now? Well, we completed the sub-story technically. Where is the? We found Junk Kid along the way. Oh, okay. Now we can. Now there's a connection here. Connection right here between the two areas, so that would explain it. So then why did we... That's actually really weird. The Junk Kid was around here, so he's not there anymore. This area is... We explored everything here. All of this here is different though, so now we have access... For some reason we went this way. And now all of this is available, so what else have we got that's... Did we even go through the map last time? I don't know. Actually, no, I don't think I did. I didn't go through the map at all. When I last played. Chicken Racing, Shady, but yeah. Now that I've just seen this, it's like a lot of this area is open now. I mean, like I said, there's a shrine there. Anytime we see like blue squares, these are the shrine. Okay, so that means that there's the dojo. There's a shrine there. Like the. So anytime we see like that purple, so there's that. It's because of the shrine there. Shrine up there. So there's like 3 shrines. Right, well, I guess I'll go through and have a look at the list, but, Hanamaru, Udon, Sushizanmai, Fujisoba, Kamatora, Tami, Toku, Mamakawa, Uchi Tea Palace, Shady Bar, Creepy Bar, Paradise, Umai Udon, Hanako, Daruma Eatery, Fuku Pub, Rice Shop, Kurigane Smithing, Shudo Pharmacy, Shogoin Yatsuhashi, Ebisuporn Rakunai, Fermented Goods, Brewery, General Goods, Don Quixote, Kugai Arms Dealer, Bukarai Arms Dealer, Tatsuhado Pharmacy, Flour Miller, Urin Fish Market, Ebisuporn Fushimi, Fushimi Bar, Greengrocer, General Goods, Ishikura General Goods, Shogi Parlor, Nishi Buzu, Chicken Racing, Gambling Den, River Fishing, Mahjong Spot, Utama Muruya, Sea Fishing Boat, River Fishing, Shrine, Paradaya, Dojo, Arena, Maki Dojo. Okay, so there's a big map though. If you look at like this map is a big map because originally we only had this area unlocked from about here. Because this was this area here was where the Shinsengumi were blocking. I guess now that we have access to I guess that's how we got into the area. So because the Shinsengumi's thing was blocking this, and then now we've taken a boat from here, I guess, to here. And now we have access to this entire section of the map that we have not explored yet. So, right, I guess let's look around and deal with this. I guess this is gonna be some sort of sub-story. What the F is this? You got a problem, guy? Yeah, you. Time for you to cut it out. Don't like it? Bring it on. Oh, you think you're gonna teach me, huh? Just effing try. Okay, let's go. Still not doing a ton of damage in this form. But I guess the reason why we don't do a ton of damage is because of it's so easily used. That hurts. I'm sorry, alright? Please, just let me go. That it? We didn't even, like, get a... I thought we would, like, help him or something. Okay, so scrap paper I think I can just throw away and give to the kid. Well, let's see what happens here.
ここに何の用だ。
有賀に置いてけゃ命は勘弁してやってもいい。
I think scrap paper is similar to like pocket tissues, so I can just go ahead and give those to the the junk kid.
編み笠の男に呼ばれてきた。
そん男はわしの客ぜよ。
Yeah, that definitely is. It has to be Nishiki. I'm looking at his face. It's. I don't even know why they tried to cover up the fact that it's him.
なるほど、お前だったのか。いいぞ。兄弟も一緒ってことか。
さあな。
いいぞ。
久しぶりぜよ筆頭。1年前のわしとは一味違うき。よう見ちょれ。
We've been him pretty handily last time we faced. Total Loyalist Party member Okada Ito. Sorry, we can't block him. We have to dodge instead. Okay, here we go. Gonna break that combo. Oh, let's say, like, we had like a really good combo going, but then the thing just there we go, godly. I like how it's like if you do well, it upgrades you to the next level. If we kept our combo going, it would have been better, but unfortunately the heat action stuffed it up.
1年前の剣とは殺気が違う。土佐抜けてから大勢切ってきたということですか。
さあな。何の真似だ。
今のあなたをこの目で確かめる必要がありました。1年ぶりに会う人間を そのまま竹地先生のもとへは通せませんき。ご無礼をお許しください。
やっぱり兄弟もお前と一緒に今日に来てんだな。
ええ。ですが今の先生は例の新選組にしつこく狙われる身、人目をはばかっております。
兄弟はどこにいる？
このムクロ街の一番奥で筆頭をお待ちです。
案内しちゃもらえないのか？
ええ、わしは今もあんたが嫌いですき。
ふん、なるほどな。
Brother, so you really are here somewhere. They're really gonna just let us leave? Think a place like this exists within the city? Wonder what else lurks inside. Okay, is he gonna just... He's just gonna let us leave. I guess we... I don't remember what I last upgraded. I think it was one of these. Yeah, it was this. Definitely more. Okay, in Muku, Rugai, Kata Izo informs Ryoma of Takeshi Hanpeida's current location and leaves to reunite. Now we have Izo. Despite having relocated to Kyo, Ryoma finds the man standing in his way once. And for Kugai, the suburban area surrounded Kyo, not counting the city itself. So I think we've introduced ourselves to the next look of arena. Okay, thrill of the arena awaits. Powerful combatants from across the world have gathered. The Mukurogai Arena. Battle for rewards, prize money, and even some exclusive items you won't find anywhere else. Naturally, some rules and regulations apply, and the use of troopers is forbidden, but this is the perfect stage to test my skills. If you're feeling brave, step into the area and fight for glory. Takeshi Sensei's waiting for you deep in Mukurogai. I'll be here, don't make him wait long. Okay, so that's what's happening. Which way do we go? We had, this way then. It's paradise. Welcome, bottle of B. Pulled sake. I gather up what other drinks I can, then slosh them all together in the same jug. Don't like how it tastes, try it again tomorrow. Monkey booze. They say this booze was invented by monkeys whose fruit poured spoiled those were some smart effing monkeys. Ladies sake. The sake passed through the lips of beautiful women and then spit it out. Don't you want to taste it? Mystery meat stew. I call it a mystery stew because it's a mystery what's in it. Sure, it's questionable, but it smells damn good, eh? Like dango, packed up meat and some other doodads rolled into balls. It's got nutrients, so it gives you strength. Grilled bugs, you ain't scared because they're bugs, are you? They're healthy and they crisp up real nice, so they smell great. Fainting stew, this thing's loaded with veggies and shit. It's so good for you, your body will black out from the nutrition. Secret stew, it's a hot pot with all my favourite foods. Try it, it's like a party in your mouth and in your gut. But that's what they consider as paradise. Alright, I guess we head this way. Wait, there's a golden sneak. This end. Wonder what the golden sneak is. It gives me a... Oh, okay, so they're like the nouveau rich characters. They give you rare items. Yeah, they give you rare items. So that was a gold chunk. Okay, so those guys are... These guys are really good, so we want to fight them then. Hasn't been processed, so it can't be sold for much as it is. Okay, is this even the correct way that I was supposed to hit? I think so, yeah. I guess we're heading to you. I wonder how often that can happen, because I came across a golden stick on the way to that.
兄弟なのか。
Oh, there he is.
よう。
見違えたな。
ああ。異蔵が試すような真似して悪かったな、龍馬。今今日の街で人に会うのはえらく用心がいるんだ。
いや、それより兄弟はいつ今日に。
何言ってんだ。お前が来るよりずっと前からだよ。おっと行け龍馬。お前と飲むのも久しぶりだ。
今今日にいるってことはまさか兄弟も土佐を脱藩したのか。あれから土佐で何があった。おやっさんが死んだあの日から。
まず言っておくが、俺は土佐を抜けたわけじゃない。それどころか身分を格上げされたんだ。
格上げ？
ああ、今の俺は土佐藩京都留守居役だ。白札合子から上司に格上げされた上でな。
あんたが上司にだと。
Okay, he's actually
それが1年前、お前が土佐を抜けてまで俺を救ってくれたおかげだ。金のとは生き残り、それを後ろ盾に俺はあの土佐の老人たちと手を組んだ。
何？それじゃ兄弟はおやっさんを殺した黒幕かもしれない連中に頭下げたってのか。
ああ、そういうことになるな。聞いてくれ龍馬。今重要なのは土佐だけのことじゃない。俺は日本全体を変えなきゃならねえと考えてる。つまり倒すべきは土佐藩よりもそのさらに上で階級支配をする徳川幕府だ。
幕府を倒す。
ああ、それが俺とおやっさんが目指した先にあるもんだ。だから俺は土佐の老人たちに下ってまでこの京に来た。龍馬よ、これから時代を動かすにはやはり帝のいるこの京だ。幕府を倒そうって勤王の志士たちが日本各地から集まっている。彼らは帝を中心として倒幕勢力を増やそうとしているんだ。それこそが勤王なんだよ。
兄弟は本気でそんなことができると思っているのか。
ああ、だが俺だけじゃない。おやっさんもできると考えていた。徳川300年の階級支配は衰え始めている。黒船の脅威が日本中の勤王志士を奮い立たせたんだ。今しか幕府を倒す機会はない。 俺はな、龍馬。今日に来て以来、倒幕に向けた朝廷工作を仕掛けてる。はあ、おかげで幕府は俺を見つけて殺そうとは気だよ。
それでこんなとこに隠れてんのか。
まあな。だがそれより龍馬、お前はこの一年どうしてたんだ？
俺は今もおやっさんを切った覆面の男を探している。あの時のあいつの剣さばきを手がかりにしてな。あの剣の達人だったおやっさんを切るほどの腕、そのくせ主だった大流派にはない剣筋。それでたどり着いたのが天然理心流だった。
天然理心流。
江戸近くの司令官という道場でのみ伝承された流派だ。使い手はそう多くはない。そして今日その流派の人間の所在が分かった。
どこなんだ？
新選組だ。新選組局長近藤勇が今の天然理心流宗家だ。
新選組だと？それじゃあ、あの近藤勇が土佐まで来ておやっさんを殺したってのか？
いや、天然理心流の使い手は近藤一人じゃない。新選組幹部の大半が天然理心流の使い手なんだ。俺はその中に例の覆面の男がいると見ている。
なるほどな。
だから俺はそいつを見つけ出すために新選組の懐に入り込むつもりだ。
CGI cutscene at this point? Yep. Usually tell when they're going to transition.
龍馬、お前は何て言った？
俺は新選組に入隊する。
お前、自分が何言ってるか分かってんのか？
もう決めたんだ。情報屋を使って調べられることは全部調べた。この先覆面の男を追うには他に手がない。
ダメだ、危険すぎる。お前は俺と一緒にいるんだ、龍馬。今の俺の力ならお前が土佐に戻れるようにもできる。もうこれ以上おやっさんを殺した犯人を追う必要はない。復讐は忘れろ。それに新選組に入ったとしてどうやって覆面の男を特定する？顔もわからん、声もわからないんじゃどうしようもねえだろう。
一度は命をやり取りした相手だ。そいつと生き死にかけて切り合ってみりゃわかるはずだ。
何意地張ってるんだ龍馬。考え直せ。金の堂に戻って俺と一緒におやっさんの志を引き継ぐんだ。おやっさんだってお前にそれを望んでるはずだ。おやっさんはお前に言ったはずだ。俺と一緒に土佐を変えてくれと。
言いたいことはそれだけか。たけしさんよ。
龍馬、
どんな理由があろうと俺はおやっさんを殺したかもしれねえ奴らと組む気はねえ。
なんだと？
あんたは目的のためなら誰とでも組んでどんな手でも使うってのか。
龍馬、土佐を変えるにはまず幕府を倒さなきゃなんねんだ。一介の豪士がそれをやるには手段なんか選んじゃいられねえ。そんなこと土佐人のお前ならわかるだろ。
そんな話してんじゃねえよ。死んだおやっさんに胸張って土佐変えるために頑張ってますって言えるのかって聞いてんだ。どうなんだ、答えろ。
俺はおやっさんに胸を張れるさ。何恥じることなく堂々とな。
なんだと？
逆に聞くか。お前がしていることはそんなに誇らしいことなのか、龍馬。今さらおやっさんを殺した犯人を見つけ出したとして何になるんだ。そんなことをしておやっさんが喜ぶとでも思ってんのか。
そんなことだと。
ああ、そうだ。おやっさんはな、新しい時代を託すため俺たちを導いてきたんだ。自分が死んだ後の復讐のために俺たちを育てたわけじゃねえだろ。違うのか、龍馬。意地になるな。俺らがすべきことはもっと他にあるはずだ。
じゃあ忘れろっていうのか。あんたはおやっさんを殺した奴のことはもうどうでもいいっていうのかよ。
俺だって忘れられるわけがないさ。だがもっと大事なことがあるというだけのことだ。
今度会う時には兄弟って呼べないほどあんた遠くに行っちまってるかもしれないな。
龍馬、
俺はあんたみてえに人間が器用にできちゃいねえ。おやっさんが誰になぜ殺されたのかをどうしても知る必要があるんだ。それが分からない限りほら一歩も前に進めやしねえんだ。
Okay, so that's the end of the chapter, I would assume, because that's the end of the chapter, so, that's the game, and fitting trophy title for that, because just what's happened. So. I'll sync the trophy up, before we get the next session falls.
坂本龍馬は今
These are always good
初めの決命
recaps
で
to
京に
watch,
潜伏し
in case, people
覆
miss
面の
something.
男を追い続けていた。手がかりはただ一つ。東洋を殺した剣、天然理心流。やがて龍馬はその使い手が身室と呼ばれる新選組の古参幹部たちだったことを知る。すべては吉田東洋の敵を討つため。苦悩の末、龍馬が選んだ道は斎藤をはじめとして新選組へ潜入することだった。たとえそれが兄弟との絆を断つ決断だったとしても。
Right, chapter 3, Mibu Wolves. Not sure what Mibu means in Japanese, but I guess we'll find out. I mean bad.
はあ？あんたアホちゃうの？
ちょっとどないしたん？大声出してお客さんがびっくりしてしまうんやないの。
おかみさん聞いてえな。はじめさんが新選組に入るなんて言うとんのよ。
それほんまなん？
あ
アホやね。
ほらみ。
毎日ブラブラしてはったくせに急に何のつもり？
新選組ってのはえらく羽振りがいいって聞いてな。見入りはいいし組の名前を出せば随分融通が利くらしいじゃねえか。
ああ、確かにそうらしいけど。
それにあそこは老子の集まりだ。腕さえ確かなら身分も関係ない。俺が宿代を稼ぐのに手付けだ。
何言うとるの。あんた宿代のために人切るん？身風呂になんかなったら飽きまへん。
身風呂？
新選組のあだ名や。昔は身風呂し組っちゅう名前でパパで回ってたんや。
身風呂し組。
身風呂の野良犬はカモも食い殺す。
Oh, okay, that's why they call them Mibu Wolves.
よう噂されたもんや。
なんだそれは。
なんや、そないなことも知らんの？身分の浪士組には最初局長が2人おったな。今の局長さん近藤勇ともう一人芹沢鴨いう人。その芹沢さんが近藤勇の一派に殺されたんやって。
身内のいざこざか。
近藤勇と芹沢鴨は
Terazawa, that's a familiar
いつも
name
いが
for
み合うてたらしいわ。
people who played Yakuza
それ
5.
で
Don't know if
近
it's
藤
the
さ
same
んは芹
person.
沢派の全員を殺してしまったんやと八つ咲きにしてな。ほんまおっかない話やで。
相当危険な連中のようだな。
連中は腰に大小刺しただけの野良犬やさかい。はじめさんぼーっとしとるからな。あんたがもし新選組入ったら早死にするだけやで。
なあ、あんな野良犬たちの仲間なんてやめた方がええって。
野良犬か。随分と嫌われたもんだな。
それにうちのお客に新選組がおるなんて噂立ったら誰も寄りつかんようになって商売上がったりやわ。そもそもはじめさん剣術なんてできるん？
ま、そこはそれなりにな。じゃあ行ってくる。
ちょっとはじめさん。なあ、働く気になったんはええけどもっと普通の仕事でええやないの。
悪いがもう決めたことだ。あんたらには迷惑はかけない。
はじめさん。
これ以上話しても時間の無駄だ。
あれで結構頑固なとこあるんやな、はじめさんも。
If I remember correctly, the Shinsengumi barracks are west of Shijo Street. Suppose I should make my way to Rapunai first. I think that means we have to go past that giant gate. Okay. Don't think anything changed. And now residing in the city of Kyoto, alias Saito Hajime decides to join the Shinsengumi in the hopes of finding Soyo's murderer. Oh, I see. It says something that they parted ways now. After Euro parties surrounded Ryoma, however, they split ways after reaching an impasse in their ideological difference. Okay, so now it's saying that it's like it's changing. So. Okay. Everything else is fine. Map. Yeah, so I wish that the sub-stories would appear on the map like they did in the other games, but apparently you have to get a thing to do that, so... Alright, we have to head north. So we have to head up this way. Hey, someone's been firing a big-ass cannon by the river. They were on the other side in Rikuragai. Man, I know that place is basically lawless, but seriously. Oh, what's this one? What do you want, huh? We're just trying to have a good time here. F off. I want you gone. Okay, so I guess this is just random. These are random fights. I want you gone, whether you do it yourself or I have to clean you all up. Other ways, fine by me. So I guess these are... Listen to this, prick. I'm about to make you regret that. These must be just like the random fights that we can wake up. Got through those very fast. Sorry, alright. Please just let me go. Back to cutting board. I guess these are just random fights that we can interrupt, which of course I'll do those anytime I see them because it levels us up and also gives us free things. You can't use it as a cutting board anymore, but the wood is still decent. So we have to go up here. Wish I wouldn't keep telling me about that either, because then that way I we can just go ahead and pray straight away. We'll go ahead and do the price tickets here because we have two of them. I think the price list is still the same, right? Okay, so the way that it works is once we've already got all the prices, I think we don't need to come back here. Alright, so we'll spin the wheel. Okay, what number is this one? 4th prize, but luck next time. We got scrap paper, so that's just junk. We have another one, may as well just go ahead and do it. We got another 4th prize. So I guess now we can head through the gate now. Gate's finally open, you may pass it freely now. Okay, that's fine. Hey, you hear about this yet? There's a swordsman in the north part of Rakunai named Ginryu. Ginryu? Never heard of him. Apparently his swordplay is downright mesmerizing, it's so beautiful. Wow, I'd love to see that sometime. Swordsman named Ginryu, huh? Maybe I'll try to find him in Rakunai. Does that appear in anything on my map? Because I haven't... Nothing's changed. Oh, there's a Ginryu dojo, which is there.
外のあんたなあ金持ってるんやろ食いもんでも売れるもんでもなんでもええから恵んでくれや聞こえてへんのかなあ
Okay, it's just a
金持ってるんやろ
random thing. Where we need to go is this one. Wait, that random. Wait. So hard to know where the enemies are supposed to spawn. Every time we rank up, we get a, I thought that there was a, yeah. Right, lime powder. So lime powder is sure to stain your hands white, so handle with care. We've also got upgrade for swordsman and for things. So we'll get rid of one of these swordsman ones. Gun upgrade's good. Quick for us to just go right. JD bar. How about something to eat? And none of this stuff. Try and go around and find everything that I can. Watch yourself, Sensei. Please, I always do.
Huh?
No, I'm serious. Foreigners aren't exactly welcome around here right now. Especially not by the Kakume Zhu. The who? Kakume Zhu. They've been killing pretty much any and all foreigners as of late. Oh right, I haven't synced that trophy up either. I'm supposed to sync up the trophy for getting the completion of the second chapter. Sono Zhu. Sono is a declaration that the foremost leader of the nation is the emperor as opposed to the Bakufu. Zhu is a demand to drive out all foreigners and refuse them access to the nation. They're a group of Sono Zhu idealists who essentially see foreigners as pests. If you're not from around here, then you'll likely get a sword or two pointed your way. Well, let them point. I love this country, and I'll give everything I've got for it to my very last breath. Surely those idealists will understand that. Perhaps they just need someone to explain. I don't think you're taking this seriously enough. Your enthusiasm's charming, though, I'll give you that. Just be careful, alright? Don't go wandering after dangerous places by yourself, please. I'll see you tomorrow. That kid worries too much. Anyhow, I should probably get home. Maybe I'll take a shortcut. Not even 5 minutes and he's already ignored his student's advice. Still, I'm worried about this Kakume Zhu group myself. Might be a good idea to follow him. Okay, that's a sub-story. Does that appear on my map now that I actually have access to the sub-story? Yes it does. Yes it does. So now that... so sub-stories will appear on my map if I go and start them at least. So that's good. So that means it's bad that we have to go around and find all of the sub-stories ourselves physically, but it's good that the sub-stories appear on the map when we go and do stuff, so find things as well. So from here we pretty much just go left. Well, we'll go ahead and do the sub-story. 3 people. Sorry, why don't you just order something? So it's the same. Thank you, please come again, I very much like that. This way. This is the chicken racing setup they've got. Top birds from across the country are brought here to see who's the fastest. Man, do these races get heated. People go nuts for this. You should check it out sometime. I haven't checked where the shrines are either. Well, we'll go ahead and... can I not go through this way? Can't get through here. I have to go around? Wait, no, I can't even go through this way. It won't let me through. Alright, if I can't get through that way, how do I get through to... Maybe I can't get through that way because I have to do something here. Yeah. Alright, I'll try and go through another way then. I don't know if I'm running or not. Spirit Sake. I guess maybe we're getting forced into a certain direction, but that's fine. Ah, you there, good samurai. Do you have a moment to spare? What is it? With all due respect, your katana appears to have seen better days. Without proper upkeep, even the finest blades will dullen. I imagine a dull sword wouldn't do well for Shinsengumi work, would it?
Nani?
What? How did you know? Nowadays, there's really only two directions samurai would be headed in Rakunai. There's Gion to the east or the Shinsengumi to the west, and you don't strike me as the Gion type. You're pretty good. If you leave your sword in our hands, we'll be sure to hone it to its true potential. I see. Well, I'll at least hear you out. Great. Now just this way, please. Okay, well, guess we're getting introduced to the blacksmiths. See what, this is... Cool. Also, there was also no transition period into the blacksmith either. Alright, I guess we have to go and, talk to someone. Go and see what they have to say. Hey there, welcome. If this is your first time here, talk to the chief next to me. Alright, you. Never seen you around here before. I heard you can temper swords here. Hey, don't be underestimating me. Not only can we temper and harden swords, we can do it to guns and gear too. We forge them all too. Sounds like you're a bit new around here. I'm only going to explain this once, so listen up. At the blacksmith, you can craft equipment, weapons, and gear, as well as enhance them. For equipment crafting, you'll create new equipment with what you already possess. To do this, you'll need the following: the base equipment, the enhancement materials, some hammers, the crafting feat. This is the part of the game where apparently it's the thing, because not only do you need the actual equipment, you need to have the enhancement materials which you have to find or buy. You need hammers which you need to be able to grab, and then you also need to pay a certain fee to be able to upgrade the thing as well. So it's a big, massive grind to get everything. For equipment enhancements, you strengthen your items by placing seals inside them. To do this, you'll need the following: the base equipment, the seals, and the enhancement. Make use of the blacksmith's talents, and you'll be able to raise your skill levels, enjoy an expanded range of craftable equipment, and pay lower fees. Check your notebook for further detail. Got all that? Good. By the way, if you're ever in need of raw materials, you can buy them from that guy over there. Go take a look. Oh, I forgot one more thing, it's important. We don't make enchanted swords of any type, too risky. We don't want anyone to end up cursed by one of your blades. By one of our blades. If you want an enchanted sword, there is someone in Kyo who makes them, but I don't know who. You're on your own if you want that guy. Whole thing makes us queasy. There is one thing we do to ward off bad luck, though. We'll have you perform the last strike of the hammer. We call it a soulful strike. It's sort of like infusing the blade with your own soul, but it ain't easy. Even blacksmiths aren't great at it, so try at your own risk. Other than the soulful strike, all the work on your stuff will be done by one of our smiths. They're very good. Boy, look at this katana we forged. So sharp. Go ahead, give it a swish. Obtained handy blade. Obtained sphere seal attack. Well, that's all I gotta say. It's been a pleasure. Crafting and enhancing weapons, huh? Sure, I'll run into some skilled users while I track down the master. I'll probably make good use of this place. Okay, once I'm done here, I'll head over to the Shinsengumi barracks. Okay, so we got a new blade. It's better than what we're currently using, so of course. I guess we have to... Hey, what do you need today? Equipment crafting enhancement. I guess we have to do this. This is where everything gets really... This is where everything gets really, in depth, I guess. So, craft enhanced disassembled donate notebook. Okay. There's 20 smithing left, jeez. I can only imagine we're going to have to get all the smithing levels, the crafting fee, 0%, enhancement success chance 0%, so next level 300. Right. What do all these details give us? So, level 2 is crafting fee minus 5%, then level 3 minus 5% crafting fee, level 4 enhancement success chance 1%. Level 5 are variant unlock, level 6 enchantment success chance 1%. Level 7 crafting fee minus 5%. Level 8 enhancement success chance 1%. Level 9 enhancement success chance 1%. Level 10 B variant unlocked. Level 11 crafting fee minus 5%. Level 12 enhancement success chance 1%. Level 13 crafting fee minus 5%. Level 14 crafting fee minus 5%. Level 15 C variant unlocked. Level 16 crafting fee minus 10%. Level 17 enhancement success chance 1%. Level 18 enhancement success chance 1%. Level 19, enhancement success chance 3%, and level 20, enhancement success chance 5%. Alright, well let's have a look at what we have. Craft new equipment according to their capabilities. I guess I don't know if I'm supposed to craft here, or... Like, here we don't have access to the bundled blade, we don't have access to all of these, right? So there's no reason for us to be able to do it. We don't have access to any of these. So we've already seen what all these do, so there's no reason for me to go through and check everything again. Can't upgrade anything as far as I know. This is very in depth, I guess, but I don't think there's anything that I can upgrade. I don't have all of the gear. Maybe we have to enhance something, I don't know. For what I'm supposed to enhance. Disassemble the equipment you have on hand to obtain materials. I don't want to do that because I want to keep stuff that I have in case it's required. Donate the equipment you have on hand to raise the level of Kurigane smithing. And then, like, a valve. Have you checked in with the blacksmith? Enhancing your equipment at the forge is the fastest way to increase your strength. 2 ways to enhance your equipment are craft new items using the equipment you already have as the starting materials, or enhance your current items by embedding them with seals. To create new equipment, you'll need the starting materials, some money, and some hammers. To enhance equipment, you need seals. Both crafting and enhancing can be done at the Kurigane smithing. In the Crew Guide, the next tip will explain the details of Kurigane smithing. Crafting process at Kurigane smithing uses one of your items as a base, and with it creates your equipment, as long as you provide enough money and hammers. Fight enemies often if you want to obtain items used for crafting, but remember you only have up to 999 units of each item, so always visit Kurigane smithing before you run out of room. The hammers used in crafting are special equipment materials. They are used to upgrade items, but by how much depends on the grade of the hammer. You cannot change the grade of any equipment which has been crafted. Be sure to check exactly what you can craft, your current equipment, choose your hammers for the process carefully. I think this might be required for us to do as part of the thing. So all pieces of equipment have grades. The higher the grade, the higher the equipment's basic abilities. Equipment can also have certain features like slots for embedding seals. Here are the grades: dull, weakest, fine, good, great, best is strongest. You enhance equipment at Kurogane Smithing. You can embed seals to alleviate the weapon equipment's abilities and also give it certain effects. You may embed multiple seals, and doing so may increase some seals' effectiveness. The effects are ranked from bronze to silver to gold. Seals are very powerful and are important for your battle tactics. You should embed seals whenever you get a chance. However, remember that you can fail at embedding seals, and if failure risks breaking the seal. The more powerful the seal is, the more difficult it will be to embed, but with great risk comes great reward. A powerful seal can tremendously improve whatever it is embedded in, so it's got a shot. The skills of Kurogane Smithing will improve the more you use the service, which results in many benefits to you, such as potential crafting equipment, cheaper equipment, crafting fees, higher chance of embedding seals. While taking a Kurogane services isn't the only way to increase their skills, donating unwanted equipment will do that too, so visit Kurogane Smithing whenever you're amassing extra items. Please note that enchanted blades cannot be crafted at Kurogane Smithing, but perhaps a different blacksmithing hero can hammer out such items for you. Okay, so I think what's the objective? I think the objective might be to actually just give me. I don't want to upgrade the stuff right now because I can get better swords potentially later. But I feel like I might be forced into doing it. We sell stuff for crafting and enhancing equipment. You can always find commonly used items here, although we don't exactly keep really valuable stuff in stock. Please take this, and it'll help you remember you were here. Obtain obsidian charm. Obtain pearl. Obtain precious steel. Obtain exquisite cod wheel. Obtain bronze hammer. We hope you'll honor us with your patronage. Okay. I think I might be forced to do this. But I'll see if I can leave without it. Fine hammer made for bronze. Pitch black, but it's proper gemstone to all the same. I don't think I need to. Because the thing is, like, I don't want to buy new weapons and materials when I can get. I don't want to buy materials when I can get new materials. I don't want to upgrade my weapons until because I know I can get better weapons. Potentially other ways, unless I'm forced to do it, but don't know. Normally I don't like upgrading weapons, only because there's chances of getting things later. So that's the way that I usually go by it. Like I'll go and look at it. Hopefully I'm not going to be forced to do it, but if we are, I guess I'll just do it. Equipment and Kurogane Smithing. Wait, why did this not appear as if I'd already read it? Okay, that's... Actually, we're not good to do it. So we came into here because it was like, do the thing and then... sorry, I didn't talk to the materials vendor before I did this. But I had a look at the thing and it's like, I don't want to upgrade equipment and then find something that's better anyway. Especially if I'm not being forced to. I help you with, I'd like to see your wares. Of course, here's what we have. Okay, so they sell, so iron scrap, misshapen screw, dead branch, quality hide suits, anything from gauntlets to breastplates, good enough for hammering out the dull soft used thing, so he doesn't sell a ton of stuff right now. So I'm guessing that we can come back and we'll considered a pelican ride. Base fare is 550 mine. Where would you like to go? Okay, so these are your taxi spots. I don't like using taxis either because it's like you're losing gameplay. So I need to head pretty much right. Possible. Around there. Prize ticket. Can I talk to these people? Something's happening over there.
Huh?
Move along, sir. I'm up to my ears in shenanigans already. Mind if I ask what's going on? Two of these men have perpetrated a heinous act. And what, you don't know which two? Well, see for yourself. They're hiding in a group of 5. A group of 5. Kyo has a policy of collective responsibility, as I'm sure you know. Those convicted of crime serve their punishment together. These 5 reprobates were all assigned to clean the Doshin station house. That's when an abominable incident took place. What kind of incident? They ate the beautiful Daifuku mochi I've been saving all morning. The other Doshin were out on patrol, so the only people who had access to our snack room were these 5. According to eyewitness testimony, 2 of them split it behind the back of the station. I just need to pinpoint those 2. 2 of these 5 men, while performing community service, stole and ate the mochi you were saving for later. Yes, it makes you sick just to think about it, doesn't it? The mochi mystery. I'm attempting to interrogate the group, but their stories contradict. Most likely the 2 guilty ones are lying in order to thwart my investigation. Wait, I know. Why don't you talk to them instead? What good would that do? To be completely honest, I'm too upset about my Daifuku mochi to even think straight. I can't perform police work like this. The guilty ones won't come forward and I'm all out of patience. Only remaining option is capital punishment. What? No. But you seem like a smart enough guy. Maybe you can make a more rational decision than I can. Come on, consider it your civic duty. Fine, I'll talk to them. Boss is a sub-story, so we'll do it. Fine, let me hear what they have to say. Great. Okay, talk to them all and let's see what you can make of their stories. So 2 of them are lying. All of you introduce yourselves, starting from the left. I'm Higashihara. Nishiyama. Nakagawa. Minamino. And Kitajima, sir. There you have it. Alright, all of you, form an orderly line to be questioned by this deputy or whatever. Okay, so now I guess we can pick which one's lying. Right, let's talk to them all from one to the other. Higashihara, was it? What can you tell me about the mochi? All I know is that one of the culprits must... Okay, this is a, this is one of those, so we know that the 2 culprits are lying. So we need to look at everyone's statements, and we have to try and figure out, like, if 2 of them are lying, which one's telling the truth. So this guy's statement is, all I know is that, one of the culprits must be Kitajima. I saw him with his hands on the thing, no doubt about it. So according to Higashihara, one of the guilty parties is Kitajima. Then Nishiyama... Nakagaya, could you tell me what... No. I saw Minamino with mochi filling on his mouth. Also, I was with Nishiyama the whole time, so he's clean. Okay, according to Nakagawa, Minamino is guilty and Nishiyama has an alibi. Let me hear your testimony, Nishiyama. Only Higashihara and Minamino had the keys to the snack room. One of them or both is who you're after. So according to Nishiyama, the guilty pair includes Higashihara, Minamino, or both. Obviously I'm going to have to go through all of them again, but... Minamino, what do you have to tell me? It had to have been Nishiyama. His kimono had Daifuku powder on it, I saw. So according to Minamino, one of the guilty pair is Nishiyama. So normally it's one person you're trying to figure out, but now this one's 2. Kitajima, what do you know about the incident? It's quite a puzzle, isn't it? All I can say is that either Nakagawa-san or Mino-san is guilty, but not both. So according to Jima, the guilty party includes Nakagawa or Minamino, but not both. Okay, I'm going to talk to the other guy. I'm not going to give my answer, but so you see, 2 of them must be lying. Can you please solve the mystery of my missing mochi? Okay. So I haven't figured it out yet. We're going to go through and we're going to the only ones lying are the culprits. Try to figure out whose testimony conflicts with the rest of the groups. Okay, so we're going to go through all of these. I'm going to go through all of these things, right? And we're going to try and figure out, like, we have to try and figure out. In this case, what we have to do, we have to figure out of all of these people, which one is lying. So there's 2 of them that are lying out of the 5, and we have to get all their statements down. So I'm going to bring up some notes. I'm not going to cheat to solve this. I'm going to bring up some notes. Try and like write down what I think. To figure out which the good. This is like a brain teaser. So I just need to make some notes quickly. Sorry, I'm putting the internet right now. I need to get out of this for a second. Okay, so let's load up like notepad or something like that. Notepad. What's the? I'm trying to find something I can use. Just write down what everyone's saying. Is there a way to make notes like on this thing? I want to be able to make something. So I want to note some stuff down to solve the mystery. Usually there's something that you can do so with, like, without like needing to use an app. I'm gonna add, like, find a way to make notes. Should be something free on a messages. I don't want to do that. Trying to find like something that I can do to make a note. Usually there's like a note taking thing that I can do. Because I got, maybe it's Office. Can I do Office? Okay, here we go. It's just let's just try and use this. I don't know, I just want to... Oh, I've got to do like signing in and stuff. I don't want to sign in. Can I just like find somewhere where I can write some notes down without like needing to install anything? There used to be like a note that I could use on my older one. Maps, droid, no. Okay, I'll just here, it's Samsung now. Alright, let's just yeah, I don't need to know about any of this. Like, I'll just use Samsung notes. That's all I need. Alright, so trying to solve the mystery. The first person saying, so let's just type in all their names. So we've got Higashi Hara. We've got Higashi Hara, who's saying that he thinks that it's the 2 people are lying. Higashi Hara is saying that one of the culprits is Kitajima, so he thinks that it's Kitajima. He just straight up thinks that it's Kitajima. And then we've got Nishiyama. So Nishiyama Nishiyama thinks... So Nishiyama is saying that he thinks that either Higashi Hara or so Nishiyama is saying that he thinks it's either Higashihara, Minamino, or both. We're gonna figure out which two align by looking at contradicting statements. So Nakagawa is saying that he saw Minamino with mochi filling on his mouth, but he was with Nishiyama the whole time. So he's implying that because he was with Nishiyama the whole time, that it can't be Nishiyama. That's statement 3. So he thinks Minamino is guilty and that Nishiyama has an alibi. Minamino thinks that... So Minamino is saying... Minamino is saying that... it's Nishiki. It's Nishiyama. And then the final guy is saying... so Kitajima is saying that it is either Nakagawa, Minamino, or both. So now we'll have to try and look at what the actual clues are. So if I can just view this without the thing being in the way. Okay, so we have our thing. So Higashihara thinks Kitajima did it. Nishikiyama thinks that Higashishira and Minamino did it, or one or the other. Nakagawa is saying Minamino did it, but that Nishiyama didn't because Nishiyama was with him. Minamino is saying Nishiyama, and Kitajima is saying it's either Nakagawa or Minamino or both. So we have to try and figure out how to figure out which one's lying, because two of these people are lying, so we have to assume that if two people are lying, that the rest of the people are telling the truth. So if Higashihara is telling the truth, it means Kitajima is lying, which means that it can't be... Okay, I gotta try and figure out how do we break this down, because the issue is like, usually what it is it's like one person's lying. In this case, it's two people that are lying, so we have to figure out which two statements are going to be true. So if Higashihara is telling the truth, then it's Kitajima lying, which means that... how do we break this down, though? Because the issue is like that when it's got the ones that are... It's got the ones that are... I feel like the easiest way to do it is to figure out which ones are telling the truth. Because the issue that we have is... 2 are lying, 3 are telling the truth, but 3 of them are implicating multiple things. So Nishiyama is saying, Nakagawa is saying that Minamino is the one who's telling the lies, and that Nishiyama is innocent. So that means that Nakagawa plus Nishiyama are telling the truth, which means that if Nishiyama is telling the truth, it's either Higashi, Shira, or Minamino. Now, they got those correct. So then, if we're to imply that Minamino is lying, it's not Nishikiyama, it means that they're telling the truth there. Because I also get the feeling that it could be like the 2 ones that are... This is where it gets really confusing, so... I'm trying to figure out what the best way to... like... Usually it's one person's lying, so we have to try and figure out which 2 people are lying and 3 people are telling the truth. But how do we do that in an easy way? That's why I was trying to think, like... I think the easiest way is if the 3 people that are... If the 3 people that have multiple things are telling the truth, then the other 2 are lying. So if the other 2 are lying... If Higashi Shira is lying by saying it's Kitajima... That's what we have to do. Higashi Shira is lying, then he's saying it's Kitajima, but that we already know this. And then if Minamino is lying... We have to see if the other ones are telling the truth, like... Because, if Nishiyama is telling the truth, then it's Higashi Shira, Minamino, or both, which would be correct. If Nakagawa is telling the truth, it's Minamino, and Nishiyama has a thing, that would also be correct. However, if Kitajima is telling the truth, he's saying that it was either Nakagawa or Minamino, or both. It would also mean that he's telling the truth. Because, yeah, so if we did it like that, so Nishiyama is saying that it's either Higashihara, Minamino, or both, which would mean that he got that correct. Nakagawa was saying Nishiyama is innocent, which would mean that he was telling the truth, and Minamino is that matches. And then Kitajima is saying that it's Nakagawa, Minamino, or both. And Nakagawa, we know, is telling the truth, which means that Kitajima is lying. Because Kitajima is saying that it's... Yeah, all I can say is that either Nakagawa or Minamino is guilty, but not both. So I think that that means Higashihara and Minamino would be the lying ones. Because Higashihara is saying Kitajima did it, and Minamino is saying Nishiyama did it. But then if you look at the statements that Nishiyama is saying that Higashihara or Minamino... Wait a second, that also means... Because he said it could be... Did Nishiyama say neither? Did he say it was both? One of them or both? So he's saying one of them or both. So if Nishiyama is saying it's one of them or both, that would match up the thing if he's telling the truth, because that was the thing. Because Higashihara is lying by saying that Thing did it, and Minamino is saying Nishiyama. But if we assume that Nishiyama is telling the truth, it would match because Higashihara is Thing as well as Minamino. Nakagawa is saying that Nishiyama is telling the truth, and then Minamino did it. So I'm going to go with Higashihara and Minamino to see if that's correct. Let's see if that's correct. So I think it's Higashihara and Minamino. I think I figured it out.
Yeah,
I think I figured it out, actually.
Eh?
Really? Who was it? Wait, go and point out the two men you think are guilty. Okay, so I think Higashihara. Higashihara, what is it now? You stand accused.
Hanyuma.
Of Mochi misdemeanor. This is exactly like our Phoenix Wright. Okay, he didn't say anything, and then I'm thinking Minamino. You really think I did it? Yes. So.
Hanyuma.
He didn't say anything either. Culprits are Higashihara, Minamino. I'm definitely sure it's these two. I think so.
Hanyuma.
It was these two who mooched that mochi. Yeah, they're not saying anything.
Oi.
Is he right? Are you the ones who saw my Daifuku mochi? It's harder than it seems to cook up a story on the spot, so we got that correct. Yeah.
Huh?
Yep, so it actually was them. Okay, so we did get it right. So we didn't even have to, well, we did. I had to still write stuff down, but it's like, it made sense to look at the three that were giving multiple answers. Okay, that was correct. You got us, but hear me out, the Daifuku looked really good. How could any man sled me away like we were, resist that sort of thing? I think the reason why they... So I was expecting it to be harder, only because of the thing, but then I realized it's like, well, the quickest way to figure out if this is true is look at all the information that we've been given, and it's like, if we assume that the two that gave us only one name are lying, and then the other three are thinking, let's see if that's the case, and that actually ended up being the correct option to go with. Because otherwise it would be really complicated, so I figured it's like, let's assume that everyone who's giving all of the most information as being correct, and then that ended up, I guess, being the answer. How could any man sled me away like we were, resist that sort of temptation? I don't believe it. I'm sorry I got you three mixed up in all this. Honest. Yeah, sorry guys. Forget it, apology not accepted. Damn right, some things can't be forgiven. Nishiyama, Nakagawa. Don't get me wrong, it's not like we're sore about getting lined up by this Doshin pig. Then why can't you forgive us? You two can't figure it out? We're mad that you lied to us. Higashihara, Minamino, we're a group of 5. We share the good times, we share the bad times. We share the times when we want mochi so bad, you'd do anything for it. Nothing else matters as long as we're willing to be honest and help each other out. That's the group of 5's code of honor. Nishiyama. I'm sorry, guys. I screwed up. Well, I hope you've learned your lesson. In that case, the group of 5 is reforged, stronger than ever before. Now let's all go get some Daifuku mochi. Now that's a plan, Higashihara. Minamino, you're treating us. Hey now, come on. Okay, that was, we're all just happily gonna... The captain's surely still gonna be angry that the guys didn't got eaten right. Wait a second! I got to strike by the aura of friendship that let them all go. Dang it, look, you showed them some serious, impressive deductive skills today. Take this for helping solve the case. Obtained Godslayer's Talisman. That sounds very powerful. The rest of you hold up. You're treating me to a mochi too, you know? Alright, that was a good sub-story. I like doing teasers like that, once you see all the clues. Granted virtue, what is this? That's Spirit Sake. Moderately increases virtue. Is this an item that I can... Is it... Okay, so that's an item that will give us more virtue. I'm thinking about keeping this. The only reason why is because there are upgrades that I can use that will give me more virtue. So saving this would actually be better than using it, because we can... Saving it will be better because then we can boost our virtue up higher when we get the upgrades. So that actually might be better to do later. Godslayer's talisman. It's been said its charm helps seal away an evil god. Is that it? Do we get anything like... when we finish the sub-story, does it like give you like a small like... Very rough to work out who ate the mochi, but I did it at the end. Help the woodcutter, but I think he's going to need more assistance for the time being. I gave the boy something I didn't want, and I think he actually liked it. I don't understand kids. Okay, so... I think that's it. We will head towards... I'm still trying to get to this area here, so... Around here. There's a golden sneak. Can I, these still be there? Prize tickets. Oh, damn, he disappeared. The golden sneak disappeared. That would have been very useful. You better give us a rare item. Right, so... This is the Shogi Hall. Quite a few skilled players are regulars here. If you have any interest in Shogi, give it a try. I like Shogi, but I am no good at the actual game, so I'll wait until I get the cheat items if those are available. Oh, that was a fight. Didn't even realize that they were a fight. Okay, this blade's definitely doing more damage now. Oh, I see. The actual a hate meter has like levels. The right way. Should be, yep. So the thing is that the that thing there's an item that I have that increases virtue. I don't want to use it because I can get upgrades that increase my virtue, and if I save it for those, then I can also that should get the upgrade. There's our foreigner. The guy looks familiar. Wait, that's... Well, what do you know? Just the man we've been looking for, and he came right to us. We are the Kakume Joey. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. And if you ain't from around here, we've got no choice but to make sure you're dead and gone. Oh, his name's Creek. Okay, now what kind of logic is that?
Huh?
My name is Creek. I've come to Japan to share my country's knowledge of agriculture. Frankly, this place is a tad behind. Little help from me will do wonders for this place, truly. For the sake of this marvelous country and its farmers, I simply cannot die here. So please, hurting me is really hurting you. Get a load of this guy. Cram it, old man. This country's way better off without scheming little chumps like you. You're just looking to line your pockets by pulling the wool over our eyes, right? Why the hell should we trust a single thing you say? But really, I have this country's best interests at heart, and... Shut it, outsider scum. Alright, boys, let's get this over with. Hey, hold on. Who are you? Word on the street is a bunch of extremists have been going around killing foreigners. Is that you guys? What if it is? Then I'll have to stop you. Great, the outsider's already got this one fooled. Traitor. This one dies too. I just missed something there. These enemies have a lot of health. Oh, it had like an 81 hit combo. Hopefully we get a good fight. Apparently we're on godly rank though. Into the river. That was a really good fight. We had a max combo of 81, which yeah, that if we could have been able to keep that up, it would have been really good. What's this guy made of? What good is it to kill foreigners like this? What good? Easy, we don't need him, and we're getting rid of him. It's a pretty big statement. There's a lot to be learned from other cultures, you know. Could help Japan for generations to come. Get real, the only people that are going to help are the Japanese, plain and simple. You try to get in the way of that, and you'll wind up buried along with the old man. We'll hit you with everything we have, and don't you forget it. I guess they're going to be coming back at some point. They haven't learnt their lesson yet. Thank you. Sure, you alright? Yes, thanks to you. Please, call me Creek. I teach agriculture nearby. I'm Saito. I'm sorry for my fellow countrymen's behavior. I hope this won't change your mind about the rest of us. Nonsense. You're Japanese too, after all, and you stuck your neck out for me, no questions asked. I don't really understand their hate for us from overseas, but I'm sure they'll understand me once they see how much I care. I truly believe that. The fact of the matter is, they want to do more, they want to do what's best for Japan too. You might be right. Still, it's kind of sad that people who believe in the same thing can't believe in one another. Yes, but I would just love for men like them to see eye to eye with men like me one day. In fact, nothing would please me more. Well, it's a noble thought, but you shouldn't put yourself in danger like that. I try to avoid being reckless from now on. If you see those guys again, run. Not everyone's willing to hear you out. Of course, thank you, Saito-san. It's nice to know there are people like you out there too. Farewell. Something's gonna happen. We're gonna have to have a sequel to this thing. Here's hoping Creek keeps himself out of trouble. Also, I noticed the thing didn't complete either. We didn't get a completed sub-story thing, so he's gonna be it's gonna be back at some point. Unless it already is available. Seeing any sub-story markers, so okay, where we're facing is the back to where the crew guy is. Okay, so we'll head back to the Shinsengumi. Don't know how often these refresh. They don't do it that often. Welcome, and this is delicious stuff. You'd be crazy not to buy some. I guess it's natto and Negoshi. Alrighty, hope you buy something next. So, yes, I was going to say, go to that thing first. So I've heard Okita, the Shinsengumi captain, is quite the looker. So much so that a woman allegedly snuck into the barracks to see him. But no one knows what happened to her. Some women can be awfully foolish. I hear Okita's quite skilled with a sword as well. I want to... right here? Maybe it only asks us to do this every time we go to a new area. We're supposed to go through there. Welcome, we got some real nice stuff in today. Take a look. So dried rice made from cooked rice that's been washed and dried. It's said to have been widely used as an emergency food ration during the Sengoku period. Ohagi, cooked mochi rice wrapped in red bean paste, just once enough to fill you up. Maybe come back sometime. It's here. Okay, so that's like, we're entering a new area, I guess. Unless it's a cutscene, I don't know. No, this is a new area. We have not been in here before. This is the Otake ski parlor. There's another shrine, and then there's the Shinsengumi barracks. Alright, I did see something on the ground here, so I will grab that. And more prize tickets. Is that something else on the ground, or was that someone to talk to? So certainly give you access to a lot of these prize tickets as well. Welcome, Wallaby. Yamazaki, drink made from the lees left over from brewing sake. It has a sweet tannins and full of nutrients. Zenzai, addition of mochi and sweet red beans will warm you to your core on cold days. 3-color dango, 3-flavored dango. It's made from rice, so it's quite filling. Grilled dango, roasted dango with soy sauce. The scent is irresistible. Yomogi manju, steamed bun kneaded with mugwort. Not only fragrant but good for your health. And warabi mochi, made by kneading and heating powdered fiddleheads. It's then coated and roasted kanako and okay. Head straight towards the Gumi area here. Cutscene time.
Kokoka.
ご用件は
入隊希望だ。
それはようこそおいでくださいました。この先を曲がったところで試験を行いますので、どうぞこのままお進みください。そうそう、その前に失礼ですが、お住まいはどちらで？
ここは腕さえ立てば素性を問わないと聞いたんだがな。
そういう意味じゃありません。あなたの死体の届け先を聞いておきたいんです。
なんだと？
何分荒っぽい試験ですから、
人死にが出るのも日常茶飯事でしてね。
なるほど。だが俺が死体になることはない。あんたの世話にはならねえよ。
そうですか。それは失礼いたしました。
くそ。
This side you missed, so.
おう、もう一匹来たか。
今日は大量だな。これ後で掃除が大変だ。
Oh, I see. Black guy's probably dead now.
終わりや。はよ医者にかかった方がええ。命は助かるやろ。次は誰や。
野良犬とはよく言ったもんだな。心配になってきたぜ。
半端な腕やから切り落としたまで。あんたも心配なんやったら帰った方がええ。
俺が心配しているのは、あんたを切っちまうと不合格なのかってことだ。
心配すな。そん時は文句なしで合格や。ついでに2番隊隊長の席も譲ったる。
I haven't been checking if I
2番隊
upgrade
隊
something.
長。
I might should check that.
俺の席や。
Check that before I do
新
this
選
fight.
組2番隊隊長長倉新八。
Since give me second division captain Kakura Shinpachi. Alright, we've heard that name before.
2
So
番隊隊長の長倉。
he mentioned one of those names.
俺から1本取れば合格や。武器は何つこでも構わん。とにかく相手に勝てばええ。流派も武器も関係なし。それが新選組っちゅうところへ。さあ、いつでもええ。かかってこい。
その前に一つ確認しておきたい。
なんや。
あんた、新選組にはもう長いのか。
ああ。結成前からの付き合いや。それがどないした。
つまりあんたは新選組の古参幹部。天然理心流の使い手ってわけだな。
なんや。目的は新選組やのうて。道場破りっちゅうことが。
そんなことはない。ただ確認したかっただけだ。
そうか。試験なんぞで出す気はなかったが、あんたにはこっちの構えで相手したるわ。
Yep, there's the stance.
これが
There's the 10 mission
天
stance.
然理心流。
So again, the person who used the stance killed
覚悟はええな。
our father, or not our adopted father, I guess you would say. So anyone who uses the stance could be a potential culprit. Alright. For this, I wanted to check, make sure that I haven't supposed to do this before we fight. Well, Dancer does have an upgrade. What were we upgrading before Gunman, I think? else do I have upgrades for? While running. Hold. Oh, I got that way as well. I just realized. Didn't realize this was here, otherwise I would have gone. Yes. If I realized I could have gone this way, I would have done so. Yeah. Alright. Poison. I gotta remember the L1 is block. So I gotta remember to break their. I can break their guard with a circle. They're doing a lot of damage. Still a bit confused about like how I like, if I have to block each time or I can just hold the block. Like there I could. Or that certain attacks just don't work. I'm gonna keep an eye on my health as well. Yeah, we definitely need to keep on. This is on easy difficulty, by the way. Alright, so health. It tells me how much health it restores. Wait, they restore the same? Oh, it's heat plus. He's now in now got lightning around him. Oh, he has lightning moves. Gotta be careful about this. He's not staggering as much. So guarding kind of does work. I need to heal just in case. Got an upgrade in Sultan as well that we can do. Thing is, like, we have this thing in Sultan, but we may as well use it, so. That other, did that, what damage? I thought I was blocking there, it's fine. God. We can just block whenever we want. I forgot to check something as well. Does it appear as him now? Yes, it does. So he decides to introduce Jinsen and Gumi in the hope of finding Toyo's murderer. His trial pits him against Nagakura Shinpachi, 2nd Division Captain and Lieutenant Rishin Yu. And the Shinsengumi, a group of talented swordsmen feared throughout Kyo, Chief Hondo Izami, Deputy Chief Yukata Tajizo. Shinsengumi, Captain 2nd Division, administers Ryoma's entry trial at the Shinsengumi trial. Should be able to beat him. about to attack, so I have to heal. I'm still confused about the god. Is the god we won anyway. Not a great fight, but True Grit Emblem. So that's an equipment item. Like that. See what that does. Guess now we're in the Shinsengumi now. We defeated Viking.
長倉さんと渡り合ってやがる。何者だ、あいつは。
I guess it is also fitting as well because
in
Yakuza 4, Saejima defeats Kiryu, and then in 5 you can pick between Kiryu or Saejima at the fight in 5 at the top of the thing. But technically, if you play the game normally, Saejima is the only character that Kiryu doesn't get a at least in terms of normal play. Saejima is one of the few characters that I think defeats Kiryu without Kiryu getting a win back.
生き残るだけの力がある。
それを見極めるためにこんな荒っぽい入隊試験をしてるってわけか。
新選組は強ないとあかんねえ。強ない奴は遅かれ早かれ殺される。強い奴だけが生き残れる場所。そういうとこなんや。で、俺の天然理心流はどうやったんや。期待に応えることはできたんかい。
相当な腕前だな。だが、あんたの剣筋には殺意がない。俺が探していたもんじゃない。
うん？
いや、気にしないでくれ。独り言だ。新選組に入ったからには、もっといろんな古参幹部連中に剣の稽古をつけてもらわないとな。
名前は
斎藤はじめだ。
斎藤か。取ってつけたような名前やな。歓迎するで。
新選組はいつから青春活劇の舞台になったんや？
Oh, there he is.
甘いなあ、新八ちゃん。甘々や。
掃除？
掃除って、
せや、わしが一番隊隊長、沖田総司や。
Shinsengumi First Division Leader, Ogre Soju.
聞いてた噂と随分違うんだな。
Know him as.
あ？
その面のどこが美少年だ。
はあ。今度の新入りは目が悪いの。試験はもっと厳しくせなあかんで。
そないなことしてたら全員死んでしまうやろ。これは入隊試験なんや。実力が分かればそれでええ。
そうかいな。ほんまの実力ってのはもっと追い込んでから分かるもんちゃうか。
それをやった結果がその血の羽織やろ。俺には人を切る趣味はない。
何をアホなこと
I just noticed that as well. It's
刀は
stained
人を
in
切る
blood.
ためにあるもんや。人が切り通って切り通ってしゃあない。それが剣士の本音なんちゃうか。
俺は近藤局長の理想を実現したいだけ。
そっか。せやけどこないな上物。わしやったら絶対もっと追い詰めるんやけどな。ほう、やるやないか。
何をやっとるんや。もう試験は終わったんやぞ。
ええやないか。ちょっとや、ちょっと。兄ちゃん、わしの理心流は一味ちゃうで。
そうか。
It's gonna be almost impossible to figure out
ぜひ味わ
who
ってみたいもんだな。
actually uses the style here, because if everyone's able to use it, who knows who's killed these? Oh, okay, so that's what it is. So you got your main sword, and then you've got like I don't know.
わしの勝ちやな。
I don't know what the smaller one's called.
引き分け。
あ？
Yeah.
お前。
どうや。納得いったか、掃除。
何もんや、こいつ。
そこまでだ。
副長。
There's Mine from Yakuza 3. I've met so many returning characters.
新選組副長の土方歳三と申します。
Shinsengumi Deputy Chief Hijikata Toshizo.
斉藤はじめさんですね。
I feel like it's so hard to like.
ああ。
Like I know certain characters for the thing, but it's like it's so much easier for me to just say the names of the characters are from the previous
そ
games
してこの狂犬
rather
と
than
の
their
一部始終拝見させていただきました。
the
そこであな
harder
た
to
に折り
pronounce
入ってお
names.
話ししたいことがある。な
Because
ぜ
this is a spin-off.
このような場所では
The whole idea is if you played the previous games, you know who
リ
all
オン
these
の
characters
椿
are going
楼
to
と
be.
いう料亭でお会いしませんか。二人きりで。わかった。それでは後ほど。
結構やるやないか、兄ちゃん。
あんたもな。だが、まだ勝負はついてない。なんなら続きをやってもいいんだぜ。
やめややめや。今日はどうも調子が出えへん。仕切り直しや。ほな。
いろいろ無礼をしてしもたな。うちの狂犬が。
いや、構わない。だができれば、最後まで手合わせ願いたいところだった。
奴の剣は、俺の力で押す剣と違う。速さで圧倒するもんや。掃除の理心流はどうやった？
まだじっくり見せてもらったわけじゃない。だが、可能性はあるな。
何の話？
いや、俺が勝つ可能性もあったなという話だ。
そりゃどうやろな。
ん？
掃除の本気はあんなもんちゃう。本気やったら今頃あんたの首に穴が開いとるはずや。カモさんのようにな。
カモさん？
前にもう一人の局長やった芹沢さんのこっちや。
芹沢カモか。確か身内に八つ裂きにされたとか。それじゃあ沖田がその芹沢を切ったってことか。
さあな。お前は知らんでもええことや。俺もつまらんこと言うたわ。とにかく沖田総司は新選組の一番隊の頭を任される男や。その男にあんたはどうも気に入られたらしい。
喜んでいいのか？
いや、あいつは腕の立つ男と見ると仲間だろうがその血で自分の羽織を染めたがる。あんたもせいぜい気ぃつけるんやな。
沖田総司か。
You're Saito, the one who just finished a tryout, right? That's right. I got a message from the deputy chief. Come with me. What's he want? Your attendance. Now be quick. Deputy Chief gave you permission to use this room, so go ahead. Really? That's pretty generous. Why did he do that? Like I'd know. I think he's out of his mind, doing this for a rookie. You may use your room. You'll regain health when you enter your room. Okay, well that's what happened. You can access your storage from here. Alright, well I'm going to take a quick break, so I'll be back in a second. And then we'll go through and do a bunch of stuff here. To see what we have upgraded and stuff like that, so... Right, so, how what we got. Trading all this. New equipment. So, increase our defense. Become 100% less likely to be stunned. Like, that's actually very good. Well, I'll take that. We can upgrade our abilities in some way. What do we want? So, bit of input lag with the thing. I'm gonna go for this because it's combo. Got here. He decided to join the Shinshin Gumi in the hopes of finding Toyo's murderer. Captain Nakakura welcomes Ryoma into the fold, and Deputy Chief Kada Tejizo immediately summons Ryoma to meet in a nearby Ryote. Okay, so... Of course, he's suspicious of us. Permits Ryoma to join him for losing their duel, and Ogita, Shinshin Gumi, Captain, 1st Division, considered the strongest member of the Shinsengumi, who are already viewed as the strongest men in Kyo. After witnessing Ryoma's entry duel with Captain Nakakura, he takes a keen interest in the member. And then Chikada Chichizo, Shinsengumi Deputy Chief, witnessed Ryoma's entry duel with Captain Nakakura and clashed with Captain Ogita. He has summoned Ryoma to a local Ryote. So... Okay, I think we've got everything. Are we meeting in here, or are we meeting in another... We're meeting in a different area. And I guess we just leave? There was nothing in there that I needed to do. This evening, I should head to Subakiro, where the Deputy Chief is. Right, well, yes, that's so pretty much leaving. We're just straight up leaving the area. I don't know if I can talk to anyone here. Doesn't seem like anyone here wants to talk to us. There's Saijin.
Oh, Saito. あんたこの後副長と椿楼で会う約束やったな。
ああ。
椿楼は四条通りを東に行った祇園の中にあるわ。ほんなら
Common insect rolls itself into a ball when prodded. Okay, I know what those things are. Alright, off we go, I guess. Nothing else waiting for us here. They're considered the barracks, so... Iron plate. Those are good for selling things. Did you hear some group is trafficking a ton of guns into the country? Apparently they're hiding in Rakugai. Say what? The guy in charge is supposedly some foreign weapons dealer. That sounds really bad. And he's supposedly really handy with a gun too. Wonder if we're reaching a time where taking people on with a sword won't be enough. So he's handy with a gun. Maybe I can pick up a trick or two if I run into this guy in Rakugai. Said Superhero is in Gion, and Gion's on the east of Shijo Street. I wonder if I can do any more stuff with sub-stories, because we did help that guy, but nothing's appeared since that I've noticed. So there's no sub-stories on the map right now. I think we just head east. Yep. Welcome, we got some good booze here. Itami Sake, this stuff's made in Itami, over in Setsu Province, a real famous sake spot. Most popular sake is all in North Kyo and Itami Orahaku. Sake made in Setsu Province, a famous sake spot. A lot of good rice comes together in this popular sake that's both elegant and hope you buy something next time. Okay, is this another sub-store? That's a priest again, I think. Oh, you're the priest, aren't you? Didn't think I'd see you here. My temple is quite close to here. Your temple? Oh, didn't I mention? That temple where we met, over in Fushimi, wasn't mine. I was just visiting it for some business. Right, you did say something like that. Yes, from now on I'll be at the shrine down the street. If you have the time, I'd love for you to drop by. Keep that in mind. I'll see you later, sir. Actually, I don't know your name, Sir Samurai. What might it be? Oh, it's Saito. Saito-san, got it. It's always a pleasure. I hope I'll be seeing you at the temple soon. So, is that a... He's apparently going to be here now. Okay, that's fine. Grab this. Yeah. Another one over there that I can see that's like flashing up around there. Good. Oh, it's the first time I've seen someone that was a walking peddler before. What does he sell? Welcome. Buying anything? Orange and soba capsules. Can I please? I was trying to get onto the thing. Never mind. We'll just do a fight then. I like how we started in World 1. Oh, we now have the... I think we now have the full combo. That was really cool. Started out in World War II. What else did we get? So I was trying to pray at the thing now. We have an iron plate though. Plate made of iron, nothing special, but it could be traded for a little something. So these things we can sell. I'm obviously not going to sell them straight away. But we do get access to them, and that's good as well. I don't think I left box, so I'm afraid. I've also got to keep an eye on the... finding, seeing where wells are. Can't really say I've seen any. Welcome, can I introduce some Yatsuhashi? Makes a great souvenir. Choigun Yatsuhashi with signature handbag, a confection made by combining rice flour and sugar and adding a few dashes of cinnamon, reminiscent of Kyo and packaged in the store's own gift bag. Choigun Yatsuhashi 48 pieces, popular gift package, 48 pieces of the shop's own traditional Yatsuhashi. Choigun Shimo no Hashi with signature handbag, hardened sugar looks like snow, making it a sentimentally sweet and savoury tea snack. Shoryuin manju 6 pieces, a traditional manju made with a hint of cinnamon and sprinkled with poppy seeds. Each bun is carefully baked to perfection. Well, at least stop by again soon, alright? Okay, so... Oh, okay, so now we're in the Gion district. So, Hanada, rotate Hanada. Sashi, rotate Sashi. Okay, so, let's go and have a look what's there. So there's Kazuga, Kitchener Ayaba, Yamabuki, Asahi, Tsubakiro, and Hanada. I think we're in the new area, so I think with that, I'm going to... First of all, pick up these 2 prize tickets, because they're right here. Just pick up these 2 tickets, because I can see them. Ginkyo. So one over here. Alright, so going to save the game and finish things here for today. Yeah, I think I'll finish. Okay, so made a lot of progress. This save the game. Let's have a look at what we've got so far. Village records. 1.22%, sub-stories 5.55%. We've barely done anything at the moment, but that is pretty much going to be it for today. We are in chapter 3. We're about to meet up with, I believe, Mine. We're about to meet up with, and we're in another new area. So there's obviously a lot of big areas in this thing as well. Just interesting to see how everything's going to play out. So see how it goes and go from there. So with all that said, be sure to like, comment, subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription view on this video, you get some closer to monetization. Helps me my content for you with you all. Sometimes I become more accessible and easier to find. I upload on my past Plat reacts as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plays to the channel, including Far Cry 6, Sifu, The Quarry, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Octopath Traveler, Lego Star Wars Saga, Aftershock Vertigo, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy 7 Reunion, Cuphead, Stray, Marvel's Avengers, Dark Picture Anthology, The Devil and Me, Days Gone, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Star Wars Shadow of the Fallen Order. This game, till I get the problems fixed that I'm trying to figure out what's wrong, the best way to watch is live, because it may work for you, and if it does work for you, there might be a way for me to help it work for everybody else, as well as watching on YouTube when I upload the videos as well. I'm working on Plat segments for every Platinum Trophy that we have, as well as a Switching from Cup segment for games as well. I upload everything to my YouTube channel because I have a 7-day limitation as to how much content, well, how many days I have the thing, and that's why I upload it to there as well. And I'm also working on a Triangle Strategy Golden Ending speedrun, which will also be on its way as well. No, sorry, not Golden Ending, but the fastest. Just a Triangle Strategy Golden Triangle Strategy any percent speed, I guess. Well, it's not any percent, it's the fastest percent, I guess. I don't know what to call it. Board Free of Sin is what it's called, technically. So that's what I'm currently working on. Well, also, you'll get a notification when I go live if you're watching on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch at 50 followers. I'll be doing an Octopathia Galdera speedrun, and I also reach affiliate, which means I get monetization as well. I get to make a bunch of subscriber emotes and exclusives to support me and the channel going forward in the future. And you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're watching on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live, and if you have to add me on Discord, I will send you an invite to my friend's Discord server. Close to 2,000 members, still going strong, families to discuss there as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're watching it as well. So with all that said, have a rest of the day, night, wherever you all are, and I will see you all later.